thank you, Darren. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, sure. I make furniture for a living, and I rented a factory with a friend who also makes furniture for a living. It just so happened it was easy for us at the time to share this factory. And what's happened is I'm now struggling to get my share of this £10,000 COVID grant that the government has said every small business that gets small business rates relief is entitled to. So it says on their website, I'm so nervous, Jonathan, sorry.
It's all right, don't worry, just take a breath. I'll help you through it if you need be, so don't worry at all. Just out of interest, you say you make furniture. What kind of furniture do you make?
Wardrobes, kitchens, front room furniture.
Lovely. You're a joiner, are you?
Yes, I am a joiner, wood machinist, yeah.
Lovely. Yeah. Okay. So and you share a factory with someone else. Is this someone who's in a similar line of work or not?
Exactly the same line of work as me. We used to have factories that were next door to each other, and when they got planning permission to build houses, we had to move out. So it was easy at the time. We found a factory that was suitable for both of us.
And when was that? When did you start sharing?
This was February 17, I think it was.
Oh, okay. And it's worked fine for the last few years?
It's worked fine up until this £10,000 COVID grant from the government was offered to all small businesses.
Right.
And it was offered to all small businesses that got small business rates relief on the properties. So on the website for the government, it said that you don't need to contact us. We will contact you. And then underneath that, it said 1 grant per premises. So after about 6 weeks of me not hearing anything from the local council, I got in touch with them, and it turns out that they'd paid the cheque to my friend, who hadn't told me, and refused to share half of it with me, even though we paid half of the rent, the building insurance, the night security, and the rates. And he just blatantly said, no, I'm not giving it to you. You've got to get in touch with the council and get your own. So I've been in touch with the council, and the council said, no, we've done all we need to do. We've paid out the 10,000 to that premises, and they're not willing to help me anymore.
Some friend.
So I've upgraded into an ex-friend now.
I was going to say, I mean, the simple fact is that surely this grant, if it is 1 grant per premises, and you and your ex-friend are sharing the premises, and you're both doing similar kind of business, then surely the fairest way to have dealt with this is to split it down the middle, $5,000 each.
Any normal person would think that, wouldn't they? And I've known this. I handed my notice in once I found out what he'd done. So I've moved premises now because I don't think I can face talking to him or even seeing him again.
What was his justification for having kept the full £10,000 for himself?
He said that he's not a stupid person. You know, he's a clever bloke. He's read on the website that it says £10,000 per small businesses, but he's also read underneath that there's 1 grant per premises. That's what I mean. He's not stupid. He knows what it says on this website, and he just says no. It says there that every small business should get this money. So I'm not giving you half. You've got to get in touch with the council to get your money. And the council is saying no. It says 1 grant per premises.
But have you? I presume you've gone back to him to say, look, I've clarified with the council, and it's only 1 grant per premises. So therefore, the £10,000 that the council have sent that should have been split between the two of us, you know, you seem to have just pocketed the whole lot. That doesn't seem very fair.
Yeah. I have told him that as well. Yeah.
And what's his response?
He said, "Well, a rude word, and you're not getting any from me. I'm not giving it to you. You got to get in touch with the council and get your own."
Why do you think he's responded in that way?
I don't know. I've known this guy for 20 years. I don't know, Jonathan. I really don't know why he's done that.
Well, I mean, apart from anything else, it's extremely hurtful.
Yeah.
Because it's just not a very gentlemanly thing to do, is it? I mean, particularly between two friends who are both, I would imagine both of you have been in the same predicament in terms of this virus having affected both of your businesses.
Yep.
Why would he be more than happy for you to suffer and he pockets $10,000? I just don't understand it.
No, nor do I. I don't understand his thinking there at all.
Right.
So I'm asking you for some advice. You know, what can I do? The council are just saying, no, we've sent the money out, and that's it. They're not willing to help me.
in terms of the council, if the council only have to send the £10,000 to the premises, how had they actually sent it? Had they sent it in his company name, or had they requested to know any companies trading out of those premises?
Well, it's funny you should say that, but in March, before the COVID, or was it February? In February, before the COVID thing was announced, they'd sent a letter to our address asking for the names of the two directors and the businesses that are registered at that address. So my friend filled it in and sent it back, emailed it back to them. And when I went online to try and find out exactly what he'd written, it said this form's already been filled in, you cannot access this anymore. So I couldn't actually find what he'd written down. But I don't doubt him that he's filled it in incorrectly and only put his name there, because if rates were due on that business, it would mean then that he was the only one that was listed to pay the rates. So I can only imagine that he's put both our names of the businesses and both our names on there.
Right. And what kind of contract do you have with him in terms of, I presume you've got a formal contract for the premises, and your company was entitled to be there working from those premises? It was, and on the he sent me a photocopy of the cheque, and the cheque is just made out to his company and then the symbol "and," but not my business name underneath, because obviously if there was two business names on the cheque, neither of us would be able to cash it. But the letter that was sent to him covering this cheque mentions my company name as well as his. But the cheque is only made out to him. But no, there's nothing on there telling him that he has to share it with me. Right. So I'm just completely... okay, well, I mean, my gut instinct is I want to go and talk to this ex-friend of yours. Yeah, I've sent his phone number to one of your colleagues. Okay, well, I'd be very happy to go and have a chat with him. How, right. Just out of interest, what do you think is going to be the response from him? You've known him for 20 years. Probably a bit rude, like he was to me. Oh, I don't care about that. I don't. Yeah, I know. I listen to you all the time. I don't care about him being rude to me. I'm trying to think aloud in terms of what's the best way of getting ultimately what you're entitled to, which is your half of that grant of £5,000. Do you think there is anything I can say to him that will make him realise that what he's done is absolutely wrong? Well, he's just a penny pincher, really. You know, we also shared a phone line as well, because we was going to kind of do some work joint together. Not that ever happened. And then he refused to pay me my half of that as well, which I'm not too fussed about. But I just can't imagine that he's going to turn around and say, "Oh, there you go, Jonathan, there's the £5,000 for Darren," and it'll be over and done with. I can imagine he's going to say no, a few rude words, and I'll have to sort it out with the council. Right. Is what I'm imagining he's going to say. I don't know what the council would say if you could speak to those and see what they. Well, I mean, I would imagine that it doesn't sound to me as if the council really has done anything wrong, because if the council have sent out the grant that was owed to the premises, and if this guy has decided to just cash the cheque himself, then the council can't start giving out more money if the relevant amount of money for those premises was sent. Yeah. But I think I would very much like to go and have a word with this ex-friend. What a shame he's done this, because I mean, what goes around comes around in life, and it sounds as if, apart from anything else, he's lost a good friend in you. Well, he's lost a good friend in me, yeah, and also we had a factory that was big enough for both of us, and he's now had to sign a new contract with that all by himself, and I've moved out to one that's half that size. Right. So he's losing out there, straight away. But very very strange. I mean, money can do strange things to people, and as I've said throughout this entire time that we've been living through recently, this virus has brought out both the best and the very worst in people. And I just find it desperately depressing when I hear stories like this, and I think, how on earth could someone do this? I mean, this is a time of national crisis. This is a time when businesses are struggling, and you would have thought that, particularly from a friend, he would say to you, "Look, we've had this grant, 10 grand. here's £5,000 for you, £5,000 for me. Let's, it will help at least. It will be something to try and help us through all of this.
Jonathan, any normal person would think exactly the same as that.
Well, how very depressing, right? Listen, what we will do, Tara, can we get a bit of detail?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking on the government's website as well. So obviously, this was, as Darren explains, was a fund made available to people who have small businesses in England, and they would get £10,000 from the local council. And it quite clearly says on this that it's eligible for businesses. They can only get one grant per property. It's not per business. So he would have had to share it. You can't say, well, you can have that and I'll apply for a different one.
Yeah.
It's black and white there.
Yeah.
Well, why on earth would he do something like this? I think it's time we go and have a little chat with this man.
All right.
Darren, can I pass you back to Tara? We'll get some detail and I'll contact him this afternoon for you and see how I get on. And I'm sorry you've had the experience, and I hope that your business will flourish, and I hope that you'll do all right even without that money from him. And as I say, what goes around comes around, and you never know. In life, maybe there'll be a time in the future where actually that former friend of yours could have done with a favour from you, and you will be very disinclined to help him. And this is the thing. I can't understand why people behave like this. Leave it with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now.
All right, Jonathan, thanks ever so much.
Now, Natasha spotted water dripping from the ceiling of her flat. She says the water was coming from the flat upstairs. But after visits from 2 separate plumbers, no issue was found with either Natasha's water pipes or the pipes of the neighbour upstairs. But Natasha says she knows what happened. But the upstairs neighbour and the landlord are not admitting it.
My sister went back upstairs. The woman that lives in the flat upstairs didn't let her in the first time, but she let her in the second time. And she'd obviously been drying stuff out, and she had towels all over her kitchen floor, and there was water damage all over her kitchen cupboards near the sink. So she'd obviously overflowed the sink, but the woman was saying, oh, no, nothing happened up here. It must have been something that you've done. We got a few pictures of her kitchen. We then spoke to the landlord that owns the property, and he agreed to come round and sort of chat with us. They were both in the flat upstairs, and obviously there's a hole in our ceiling, so we could hear everything that they were saying.
Oh, right.
And basically the landlord said to the tenant, don't admit to anything, I'll replace all your kitchen, just don't say anything, don't let them into the flat. And then they came down and spoke to us and basically just lied to us that nothing has happened. It must have been your flat. I can't see how it could have come from our flat.
Well, as you can understand, Natasha is very annoyed about all of this. They've been left with the cost of repairing the ceiling, all through no fault of their own. Rather like Darren's case, it just seems so unjust. So I went off to have a word with the man that owns the property upstairs. It would be fair to say he's not become one of my newfound friends. Natasha's back on the JVS, Hello, Natasha.
Hiya.
I won't be expecting a Christmas card from him. We didn't get on very well at all.
No.
He was absolutely insistent that it's nothing to do with him. It was to do with, must have been to do with pipes or something like that. Nothing to do with him or his tenant whatsoever. Now, it just occurred to me, just listening back to that clip of when you first appeared on the programme, I don't think it can have been an overflowing sink.
Right, okay.
Do you know why? Because why would the landlord offer to pay for the damage repairs to the flat if the tenant had made a mistake and overflowed the sink? It must have been something to do with a washing machine or something that would have been plumbed in some way upstairs.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, why would the landlord have taken responsibility for the tenant being a wally?
Well, this is the thing. So the same incident happened in 2016 before we'd even moved into the flat. And in both instances, plumbers have taken out their washing machine and checked behind the back of the sink and made sure all of their pipework was completely fine. So I think both times what's happened is maybe the tenant's been mopping the floor or something and knocked the bucket over. The water's gone everywhere. and before she's managed to mop it all up, it's seeped through the ceiling.
But why would the landlord pay the bill then for the repair to the flat? Why, surely the landlord would say, "Well, why have you been such an idiot? I'm afraid we're going to have to take the repairs to this kitchen out of your deposit."
Well, yeah, I should think that he would. Well, as if I were that landlord, that's exactly what I would do. But I think that he's trying to get away with not paying anything, and I also think that the tenants are lying and saying that nothing has happened to the landlord as well. So the landlord's probably believing the tenants and then coming at us saying that we're the liars.
Well, the whole thing is very frustrating, and the landlord was insistent to me that there was no way he was going to pay the bill because, as far as he's concerned, he and his tenant have not done anything to cause the problem. Now, I know that last time you and I spoke, you have now started small claims court action, and in fact you have a date in December, I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Now, I said to you that I would not be surprised if the landlord, with the increasing evidence you seem to have, eventually gets to a point where he will decide to try and come to some kind of resolution before it actually goes to court. But it may well be that he's going to wait until the very last minute to do it, just to see how serious you are in terms of pursuing things. I gather since we last spoke, you have some more evidence now. What's going on?
Yes. So when the other landlord submitted all of his evidence for the court case, I saw a report from the previous owner when the same incident happened in 2016. So the previous owner of my flat got a plumber in to check out everything between the two flats, and the plumber wrote up a report stating the facts and everything, and he'd made a typo in that report stating that the water had come from flat 28 as opposed to flat 26. So I got in contact with the previous owner, who gave me the contact of the plumber, and got the plumber to come back out, double check everything and rewrite the report to say that the water had definitely come from the other guy's flat. So he's rewritten it to say that it's come from flat 26. So I sent that to the landlord upstairs, who's looked at it, and whereas before he was like, "I'm not paying you anything, go away," he's now come back to say, "What do you want? I will consider it." So, yeah, I think
cracks are appearing. Cracks are appearing. Right, yeah. So he was obviously working on the basis, and the reason why he was being so resolute is that he had that incorrect paperwork from the plumber.
Exactly. Yes.
Thinking that was going to be his evidence that would scupper you.
Yeah.
Now you've and did the plumber who came out to have a look, did he actually put in whatever written form he's given you that he recognises he made a mistake with the original report?
He has indeed, yes.
Oh gosh, right. Well, it sounds then as if the landlord upstairs really doesn't have anywhere to go. What is the total cost of the repair?
The total cost of the repair is £217.98 to be exact, and then the hearing fee on top of that is an extra £50.
Right. And will you still have to pay the hearing fee if he settles now, or does that then cancel out that fee?
If we settle, to be honest, I don't know. I have already paid the small claims and the hearing fee, so that's the £50. I have already paid it, so I would assume that I wouldn't get it refunded.
Okay. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, if this goes to court, as it may do, based on the evidence that you've got now, it sounds as if even he recognises there's very little chance of him having success. So he will then possibly incur even further costs on top of the £217.98 plus the £50 court fee.
Yes.
So, I mean, I still would not be surprised if he tries to settle this before it goes to court.
Okay.
I think he's just hoping to hang on to his money for as long as possible to see how serious it is. Oh, gosh. Well, it's just so frustrating, isn't it? Thank goodness you are quite a matter-of-fact person, and you're managing to, but keep calm with it, and it's not all getting to you. Because some people, the stress of this kind of thing would just wind them up. Whereas you always, whenever I speak to you, you seem quite calm and businesslike about it, and I think that probably is winding him up as well.
Yeah.
Can you keep me in the loop? Can you keep me in the loop? I still think he's going to try and settle before the court date, but, we'll wait and see, won't we? But keep me in the loop if you would, and I'll talk to you soon.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Glad. I gather you have a consumer problem you need some help with. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Yes, indeed. Last year in May, I seen this program which was to do with property investors. And I'm already into property, but I just got in by chance. So I thought to myself, let me learn a little bit more. So I went to this event, and it was a room over thousands and thousands of people. It was over 2,000 people. And it was so electric, and I just wanted to hear a bit more. So the person who was running the program, he was telling us that he would help you with the property journey to be able to calculate your loss and your profits before you even buy the property. And there were so many wonderful things which I thought to myself, well, I didn't know this and I need to know more. And the program for the year was 12,000, but if you get your friend to join with you, it would be 9,000. So I felt, since it was 1-to-1, and it seems like there was a lot more training into it, let me go for it. So I took a loan, and I paid 9,000 for this training.
So just so I'm clear on this, and this almost sounds a little bit pyramid sale, really, but the fact that if you then get a friend to join, you get a reduction on the £12,000 to £9,000. That's an annual cost to join some kind of property investment club, is it?
No, it was a training. They would train you on buy refurb, and they'll train you how to talk to the estate agents, how to do so many things, so that you make a profit before you even buy the property. It's how to do the most amazing things, which I didn't have the knowledge in calculation as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of property investment is down to luck and timing. I mean, if you talk to people now that have massive property portfolios of blocks of flats, they may well say that their investment's looking a little bit dicey, to be honest with you, because timing and when you come to buy and sell and what you're then going to do with that property, it's so dependent on the market at any given time.
Yes.
But this man suggested that his training was going to make it a guaranteed success all the time, did he?
Yes. It sounded like it was amazing. So when I paid 9,000 in May, in June there was nothing happening. In July was nothing happening. So I kept on phoning the company and asking, when are we going on this wonderful training?
And how was the training supposed to work? Was it going to be kind of seminars or online training, or how did it actually operate?
No, it was seminars, but then reduced into smaller numbers so that they could help us more into our needs, and different people are on different levels.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Did you seek any advice before you went ahead with this?
No, I just seen so many of it, people who were saying it was good, and they were coming on the stage, and I just thought to myself, let me go for it as well, and see if I can really learn a lot more into properties.
Okay.
So we paid in May, June there was nothing, July there was nothing, and I was thinking, when are we starting? So I kept on phoning. That's when I find out they were going to start in August. So from May there was nothing until the 31st of July. That's when we went to the place for 4 days training. And that 4 days training, yes, there was lots of people, and it was all absolutely amazing in group, and people just saying things are going to happening. And then there was nothing from September, October, nothing except until November. And in November, that's when we done 6 more days, and that was it for 9,000. So which really worked out very much like £900 per every visit of what I haven't got much of. In January, I realized that I've been hearing so many complaints now and I kept on saying to myself, I don't want to be a negative. I got to really make the use of this. And,
but had you? Sorry to interrupt you. So when you first signed up and you paid your £9,000, what did you believe you were going to get for the £9,000? How was it kind of sold to you?
I was going to learn how I can do the calculations.
No, I understand that, but in terms of the practicalities of how you were going to be taught it, were you told that you'd get one seminar a month or one seminar a week, and how long would that seminar last? What practically did they tell you were going to get?
It was going to be a regular training in helping me.
But that all sounds very vague. It sounds like vague. I mean, was it vague? Did they make it? Was it actually quite vague the way they suggested it would be dealt with?
Yes, and we were all referred to the website where there was all the amazing things, which I really seen that I'll learn a lot more here than what I didn't know. How you know is how you can buy a property which is totally run down, and then you can refurbish it, and then you put it back on sale, and then you get your money more out of that way, or you can get
but loads of people are already doing that. You've only got to turn on the daytime TV and you'll see people all the time doing that. They've been doing it for years, flipping properties.
Yeah, and I just thought to myself, let me, not just from the TV, let me actually be into the classes in learning how to. And I just find out that there was nothing which was there for me at all.
So you
I decided that it was enough.
So you had 10 seminars for your £9,000. How long did each seminar last?
It was all day seminar.
All day?
Yeah. And
how much did you learn, would you say?
I would say, from especially now, I'm looking back and I'm thinking I haven't really learned that much, which I could not learn in just YouTube.
Right. Yes. Or reading stuff for yourself on the internet.
Yes.
Right. So you've spent £9,000 for 10 seminars with what sounds to me as if it's likely to be very charismatic people, talking very confidently, giving all kinds of assurances. A lot of words. Please tell me if I'm saying anything that's not right. A lot of words, a lot of promises, a lot of assurances that you're going to make loads of money. But actually, when you think back, very little substance.
That's right.
Right. Okay. So do you feel then as if you've spent, I mean, you say you got a friend to do this as well, so the two of you have spent £18,000?
Yes.
Blimey. How does your friend feel?
she feels the way I do, and there's so many people who are also feeling quite well and truly broken and feel the feeling of missold.
Right. Have you complained to the company and explained that you feel you've been missold these seminars and you don't feel as if they've lived up to your expectations?
Yes, I did.
And what's been their response?
They said they were sorry that I felt the way I do, but have I turned up to all the seminars, which I did, which is those 10 on that time?
I think the problem is, I mean, firstly, let me put my cards on the table. I'm more than happy to go and speak to this company and to get some answers as to why they operate in this way and why, based on what you're telling me, a number of people agree with you that they feel they've had a lot of...
There's a lot of people,
Okay.
a lot of people.
Okay, but it sounds to me as if a lot of you then are saying you feel as if big promises were made, the big sell was displayed for all of you, and actually it hasn't lived up to that at all.
Yeah,
But,
that's right.
but I need to manage your expectations, Glad. If the company... You see, anybody can be very charismatic and stand on a stage in front of thousands of people and promise them the earth, promise that they're going to, you know, if you give me your money, I'm going to give you all the key to success in life. And it's very easy for charismatic people to bring people along with them. So they think, oh, okay, this is the answer to all my problems. If I get into property investment, if this man's going to tell me how I do it and I can be really successful, wow, I could make loads of money. And you can understand it happening, and suddenly people are parting with their money. If, however, vague promises were made as to how the whole program was going to work, and if actually the company has given you what they said they were going to give you, which is 10 seminars telling you how to make money out of property, if that's what they've done, then to be honest, they haven't actually broken the terms of the contract, have they?
It wasn't. There was no one-to-one. There was no everything else which they said they would do.
And have you got in writing that part of what you paid for were one-to-one sessions and all that kind of thing? We were all referred to the website which is taken down now, but I still got the copy of it. And have you got a copy of the website where it says as part of the £9,000 you will have one-to-one sessions? Yes, I have. Right. Okay. And when you have raised that with the company and said, I've got it in writing from your own website that part of what I paid for was one-to-one sessions and I didn't receive a single one-to-one session, how have they responded? They're not talking about it anymore. They just blank you out. And the person also who was going to teach is not the one who even taught the class. We only saw him once. All right. So he didn't even teach the class. And what about the £9,000? I mean, you said you'd taken out a loan for this. Yeah, so what I've done, I've used the credit card and taken a loan, put it into the credit card and then paid. How did you actually pay for the course? Did you pay for that on a credit card as well? Yes, I did. And have you spoken to your credit card company? From your my consumer problem. Yeah. So have you spoken to the credit card company and argued to them that you've been missold this course? Yes, I have. What have they said? They've referred me to Section 75, which at the moment, there's nothing much at the moment which is happening, but they are still looking into it. And well, hang on a second, because Section 75 is the area of legislation that allows you to put in what is known as a Section 75 claim. Now, you would put in the claim with your credit card company that you have not had what you paid for. You paid £9,000 for, and the crucial bit that you're telling me is that this course was supposed to include, for example, one-to-one sessions.
Yes,
and you didn't receive a
himself as well
single
to
one-to-one session, so therefore, under Section 75, you want to put in a claim because you have not had what you paid for.
Yes.
Now, when you say they've referred you to Section 75, do you mean they've told you that you can put in a Section 75 claim?
They're looking into it.
Right, so have you started a Section 75 claim with them?
Yes.
Right. And how long have they said it's going to take?
No, they haven't told me how long it's going to take. I was just waiting to see when they can get back to me.
When did you put in the Section 75 claim?
2 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, it may take a little longer than 2 weeks, but I would expect them to come back to you relatively soon. And it may well be that the credit card is your best bet, because if, from what you're telling me, if the organisers of this event have in effect disappeared, the website is gone, the man that stood on the stage and promised you all he was going to give you the key to unlock your potential to earn millions of pounds, if he's disappeared and you can't get hold of him to try and get your money back, then it may well be that the credit card is your only hope.
Yeah, he hasn't completely disappeared. He's disappeared in talking to me, but now he's offering the new students same thing. They sold us for 9,000 for £50 now.
He's offering the course for 50 quid?
Yeah.
Right. And I presume, I mean, it's impossible now because of coronavirus, it's impossible to have thousands of people all sitting in the same venue. So is it 50 quid because it's an online only course? I think it's £50 because he wants more people to join. Because I don't think it was because it's online. Because when I listened to it, he in his video, it was talking about he charges 10,000 for celebrity, but I'm not celebrity. Well, I don't know what's gone on. We need to go and do a little bit of digging around, I think, on this. Tara?
Sounds horrible, and I'm sure you feel absolutely sick about it, Glad.
The reality is that if you want to be a property investor, and property investment is something that comes with a huge amount of risk, you can find out how to be a property investor yourself. You don't need to spend thousands and thousands of pounds going to seminars with charismatic people to tell you how you can buy a rundown property, get a plumber in, repipe it, get an electrician in, rewire it, get a decorator in, make it look nice, and then stick it back on the market for a bit of a profit. You don't need someone to tell you how to do that. You need to speak to estate agents. You can, as you've already said, Glad, there's probably all kinds of information out there for free on the internet from other people that have done property investment. You've only got to watch some of the programmes on TV. I mean, I remember the days of Property Ladder. Do you remember, with Sarah Beanie? I love that programme.
Absolutely, and they're always on repeat on Channel 4 and Channel 5.
And what's that, Homes Under the Hammer on the BBC in the morning? Mm-hmm. Again, where they show all these people. But it comes at a risk, and, you need to be the right kind of person to take that risk. And I'm not absolutely sure that going to a seminar and being told what to do would necessarily be very helpful anyway. I mean, you either have the contacts, have the local knowledge of the market, and have the money to be able to ride any potential property storms that might come your way, or you don't. And that, for me, is what property investment is all about. People I know who have bought properties, done them up, very often they have to rent those properties out for a period of time because the market's then not good to sell it. And you have to be in that position and fortunate position to be able to do that kind of thing. Glad, look, we're going to see what we can do for you. I'd like to try and help you if I can, but I'm not going to make you any promises. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some more detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Speaking of which, do you remember Samantha? Samantha purchased what she describes as the handbag of her dreams at a designer sale. It cost her a lot of money, and when I say a lot of money, I mean a lot of money.
£895 on the bag, and
one handbag.
Yeah, my partner did look at me with an open mouth, and full price the bag would have been 1250. I've only taken out 3 times, and the last time I went to take it out, two weeks ago for a special dinner, I've opened it. I've got it in its special box, in its special bag, under the bed. I've opened it up and the gold hardware has some tarnishing on it, like sort of really like small black dots. That's obviously very much upset me. I've called the third-party sale people because I've lost the receipt, Jonathan.
Yes, well, look, in an ideal world, Samantha would not have lost the receipt. And if she hadn't lost the receipt, then it sounds as if the manufacturer of this handbag would have been prepared to take it back, no questions asked, and either to repair it or replace it. But because Samantha hasn't got the receipt, she's not in a position to do that. Therefore, her only option is through the retailer. Problem is, it's a slight issue there. She didn't actually buy this handbag from a proper retailer with an established shop. She purchased this handbag from a pop-up designer sale, which appears to be run by a gentleman who finds a location and he then opens up his designer sale. The sale tends to sell stuff that is either old or end of line stock. And once he's sold whatever he's going to sell, he packs everything up and off he goes. Now, my slight worry with all of that is that obviously when you're dealing with someone that doesn't have a proper base, were we going to find that this man's still in business? Is he going to be prepared to help? Well, I was a little bit worried, but when I called him up, he actually seemed like a fairly decent chap. Samantha's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Samantha.
Hello, Jonathan.
So, it was a bit risky, to be honest, I think, spending this amount of money in this kind of way. But I think you realise that now.
Yeah.
When I had the conversation with him, as I say, he didn't seem like a bad chap. He said that you'd brought the bag back to him on another day that he had a pop-up event.
Yeah.
And he said, the slight worry was, he said he couldn't really see what you were talking about. I said, well, I gather it's tarnishing on the metal of the handbag. The kind of, it's got a clasp on it, hasn't it? Metal clasp.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's on there where the tarnishing is. He didn't seem to think he could really see it, which was a little bit worrying. But he said, look, obviously the customer's unhappy about it. So he said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get in touch with my supplier, show them the handbag, and find out what they can do to help. So that's kind of how we left things. Now, he did tell me that he was going to come back to you before Thursday of last week. Did you hear anything from him?
I heard, so on Wednesday he said that he was going to send it back to the supplier as you'd spoken to him, and he said he would do. And I didn't hear from him on the Thursday, so I actually gave him a call on Friday and left a message, but he didn't call back. He just said he sent an email saying sorry he missed my call, and he sent the bag to the supplier and should have an answer by Tuesday.
Oh, right. So, oh my word, that sounds like a ferocious little dog you've got there. Is that by any chance a Chihuahua?
It's a Chihuahua cross. Yeah.
I thought I could hear Chihuahua in that. Well, what with the Chihuahua and the designer handbag?
Oh no, it's painting a picture.
Oh, dear. As long as do you put the Chihuahua in the handbag?
No, he'd get really angry, yeah.
Oh. Do you treat her like a proper dog where she has to actually walk on the floor like dogs are supposed to?
He does. He is a little monster, terror, but yeah, he's lovely.
What's his name?
Dave.
Oh my God, I love that.
Dangerous Dave, yeah.
You've got a chihuahua called Dave. Love
He's
it.
very much a Dave.
Is he?
Yeah.
Do you let Dave sleep in your bed with you?
Yes.
Oh gosh.
I'll send you a picture, Jonathan. You'll fall in love with him.
Really? Does he behave like a dog though? Because I don't like dogs that behave like spoilt children.
He's been playing with his little tennis balls all morning, and
Okay.
him barking was protecting us from the postman. As,
I see. He's a
as
guard
every little
dog.
dog does. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Well, look, I guess we're going to have to wait then until tomorrow. I'm just wondering whether it would be a good idea for me to drop him a quick line this afternoon and just say that you and I have had the conversation.
Yeah.
And just to find out, where we're at with this, because he did tell me he was going to come back to you last Thursday. So
It seems to keep getting pushed back.
well, that's my slight concern with all of this. And of course, at the moment, he's now got the handbag. You've got an old scrappy bit of paper, a handwritten bit of paper, which apparently is a receipt.
Yeah.
But it's not on headed note paper or anything. It's just handwritten from him. So, okay. I've gone from feeling as if he was going to get things sorted to feeling a little bit nervous again.
Yeah. Me too.
Okay. Well, look, I think I'll give him a call this afternoon. Let me find out
you, Jonathan.
why he hasn't got an answer for you yet, and we'll take it from there. Okay?
Amazing. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to it. What will you do? Will you email me a photo of Dave or tweet me?
I will. I'll tweet you.
Tweet me a photo of Dave, and then I can share that photo with all my followers as well, because I'm sure everyone would like to see Dave as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Dave
I'll
the
do that
Chihuahua. Dave, do you dress him up?
Only when it's cold, because because he does shiver. He's got a really fancy little leather jacket.
Oh, God. Samantha. Right, okay, listen, I'll talk to you very soon, okay?
Thank you, Jonathan.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you very much. Just as lockdown started, the hinge on Jackie's daughter's laptop broke. It was about a year old at the time, and Jackie was anticipating that, what with the lockdown on the horizon, she thought, I'm going to need to get this fixed as quickly as possible. She didn't take it back to the retailer, where she bought the laptop from. Instead, she took it to a small local shop that offered repairs. Well, they were initially going to charge £25 to repair the hinge on the laptop, but then Jackie says they called her to say that actually it would be £40 because they'd need to order another part in. Well, Jackie was okay with that, but when she went in to collect the laptop, well, she was fairly horrified.
He flipped the switch behind the counter, and the shutters were coming down, and I just started to panic, and I was all a bit nervous, and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Well, that was exactly what happened when Jackie realised that they had not only, she says, broken the screen, but then wanted more money from her in order for them to fix the broken screen. She says when she queried it, as you just heard in that clip, they tried to lock her in, which is very unhappy indeed. So I said that I would go off and have a word with the company. Jackie's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Jackie. Right, so you will recall when I first saw the name of the company that you'd taken this laptop to, my heart sank, because I have had dealings with this company in the past, and it would be fair to say things didn't go brilliantly. So I was a little concerned. Now, when I spoke to the manager of the store, he said that you were lying. And I use that word because that's exactly what he alleged. He said, no, she's lying. When she brought the laptop in, the screen was already broken. But she said she wasn't bothered about that because the laptop still worked, so she just wanted the hinge to be fixed. Well, you just don't agree with that, do you? You say that screen was never broken when you first took it in.
No, I mean, it wasn't. And the thing is, I don't have any proof of this, so it's just going round and round and round. To me, it doesn't even make logical sense that I would ask for a machine that's quite smashed up to just have a hinge repaired, particularly when it's a touch screen laptop as well. So having a good screen is really part of what it's about. And of course, I have the original repair ticket that nowhere have they mentioned that that it's been brought in a tatty condition.
No. And surely, and this was exactly what I put to the manager, surely if a customer comes in with a laptop with a broken screen and says, I don't want the screen to be fixed, I just want the hinge to be fixed, surely you would want to put that down on the original contract between yourself and the customer, because otherwise how do you prove that you didn't cause the damage? The fact they hadn't written it down suggests to me that that laptop did not have a broken screen when it was first taken to them. Now, he said, and he then started to get a little bit frustrated because he said he had other customers in the store and he needed to go. He said that regarding the incident you'd had previously, where you say you were, well, an attempt was made to lock you in the shop, he says that the man that may have done that, he sacked anyway. He said, I sacked him just after lockdown. But this is where I'm very confused, because you said that the man you'd spoken to was the man, this was since I got involved, the man you spoke to on the phone was the man who'd tried to lock you in the shop.
No, I don't know if the man you spoke to is the man that tried to lock me in the shop. I've only encountered Mr. Nasty on 3 occasions. He wasn't the man that I originally took the laptop to be repaired, but he was the man that was there when I went to pick it up. Obviously, which was a very horrible experience. And he again was the man that I spoke to a couple of weeks ago, which was actually what prompted me to call you, because he. But
hang on a second, because this is very crucial, and that's obviously what I'm recalling. Then, so you spoke to the man that tried to lock you in the shop 2 weeks ago.
The only time I know that I've seen that man was when I went in on a Wednesday a couple of weeks ago, and I asked on the progress, and he was there, and that was when I had another nasty encounter with him.
Okay, but the crucial bit is, according to the manager of the shop, he's telling me that he sacked that man just after the lockdown.
The man that tried to lock me in the shop was definitely there. He was also the man that phoned me a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
After you'd spoken to him.
Okay. So this is the crucial bit. So he's telling me he sacked the man that tried to lock you in the shop, but you have spoken to that man subsequently,
yes.
And therefore there is a question mark over whether or not he has actually been sacked or not.
He was definitely there in June. He was definitely there after you spoke to me, after you spoke to him, because he phoned me up and introduced himself as the man I'd seen on the Wednesday, who was then coming up with more stories as to, the bills I'd run up and how it wouldn't be fixed and I couldn't have it returned.
Right. Now,
he was definitely still there.
So he said that the man had been sacked, and then he said he needed to go because he got customers in the store, but he said that he would get in touch with you and he would get matters resolved. When I spoke to you, though, you were not very happy because you said that there was no clear agreement that he was going to get things resolved. He was talking about paying more money than you'd originally agreed to, and you just did not feel confident that they were across this problem and were going to get it addressed adequately.
No, after you'd spoken to him, I got a very abusive call from him.
Well, hang on a second, because it's quite important that we are very careful in terms of the language that we you say abusive.
Because he went on to shout very abusively at me about how I'd made everything up. I was just making up stories about him to make him personally look bad. How he knows I've only ever tried to charge me £50, and he said, you can come and get... He didn't say anything. He was shouting this at me. You can come and get your smashed up laptop, and if you want it fixed for £50, you can come crawling and begging to me. Right. And then he hung up the phone.
Okay. Now, I, as you know from our conversation last week, was trying to get in touch with this company constantly. I had one conversation with another man at the beginning of the week who, to my horror, told me the manager who I'd spoken to the week before has now gone on holiday and would not be back until the end of the month at the earliest. He was unable to give me a telephone number for the manager of the shop. He was unable to give me an email address, and he seemed to suggest that he had not been told to expect my phone call, which was quite remarkable, because if I was running a company and my company was being investigated, I wouldn't just disappear on holiday and not tell anyone that the BBC was investigating my company. So I found that quite remarkable.
Sure.
Anyway, he told me he was going to get in touch with the manager and get the manager to email me. The manager has never emailed me. And still to this day, I've not heard anything back from that manager. You and I spoke on Friday of last week, and there was another curveball that was thrown into all of this. And that curveball was that you had gone onto the Microsoft website and you found that, in fact, your product has a Track My Device feature.
Yes.
And when you looked up where your laptop was, to your horror, it showed that it was currently sitting on a market stall in Mumbai.
Yes.
Now, we're not sure whether it actually physically is in Mumbai. Has this man taken the laptop to Mumbai? Or whether this is just some kind of... And it's all a bit technical for me, but we had some calls on it on Friday suggesting that sometimes people will register an IP address to show that the product is not where it actually is. And therefore, it might just be showing up as being in Mumbai, but it's not in Mumbai. So we're not quite sure. You were going to go into the shop this weekend. You were going to take someone with you, based on your previous experience, to find out whether the laptop is in Mumbai or whether it's here. I know you went in. How did you get on?
Well, it was actually... I mean, the guy that I saw was the guy that has always been very polite to me, and he was polite on this occasion as well. He seemed to be very vague about everything, about who I was. He took the repair number, spent a long time looking at his screen. I think he was trying to judge how he was going to handle the situation. But then I said, can you tell me where it is and what's happening with it? He said, well, it's in our other branch. He named the branch. And I said, well, can you provide me some kind of proof of this?
Why would it be in the other branch?
I don't know. And he said he couldn't prove it because the branch wasn't open on Saturdays. So he had... I think possibly the chap that was fixing it was working in that branch. So that's where they had the parts for it. I think I'd heard that story once before. So I asked him if he could get the guy on the phone, get some pictures of it, because I'd really like some evidence of what kind of situation it's in, what kind of condition it's in and where it is. And he couldn't do that. There were various reasons why he couldn't do that, couldn't get hold of the man, and the store wasn't open. And I said, well, can you get some images of it and send it to you guys at your show? Because I was a bit reluctant to provide any more of my personal contact details to them. So he said he was going to do that. I mean, I don't know. I assume he hasn't. I don't know.
No.
And then there was a further conversation. My husband was chatting to him then. He said, well, actually, he seemed very confused that I would even want to pick it up. He seemed to not have any knowledge that I was told to come and pick it up. Because he said, but why do you want it? It's not fixed. And I said, well, you've told me to come and collect it. And my husband piped up and said, well, what is it? What are you thinking of charging us for this full repair? And he was very adamant. It was £40. £40 to have my laptop back in full working condition. And he doesn't have it, and he can't get hold of it straight away, but he was going to sort of email you proof of its condition and whereabouts.
Well, look, I also had a conversation with that man on Friday afternoon. I managed to finally get through to him.
He did actually mention... He didn't give me any details of the call, but he did mention in passing very quickly that he had spoken to you.
Yes, well, we had a conversation on Friday, and he came out with some further slightly shocking information. Stay where you are. I'll tell you what he said in the next... So, I'm talking to Jackie at the moment on the JVS show. I hope Jackie's still there. I think she's gone. We'll see if we can get Jackie back. Jackie is the lady who is telling me that just as the lockdown started, the hinge on her daughter's laptop broke. It was about a year old. She took it to a local repair company. They said they'd charge 25 quid to get it fixed. When she went back to collect it, she says the screen was completely smashed and the company wanted more money from her to fix not only the hinge but also the broken screen now as well. Well, she was very unhappy about this. When she complained, she says they tried to lock her in the shop. That's why Jackie came to me. Jackie is still there. Are you still there, Jackie? You
Hello, yes, sorry. Yes,
vanished on me. You had me worried.
My phone went dead, sorry.
Now, look, as we know, you and I have both been communicating with this company. The man who runs the shop, he seems to have gone on holiday. Yeah. Your laptop seems to be missing at the moment. We're not sure quite where it is. According to Microsoft, it's on a market stall in Mumbai. According to the man that you spoke to at the weekend, who is in the shop, not the manager, but another man who works there, it's at one of their other branches.
Yes.
I had a conversation with him on Friday. Finally, I was able to get through. Okay. The only way I was able to get through, as you can imagine, our telephones in the office, because they are internal telephones, they tend to show up when we call someone as being a withheld number.
Right.
I tried repeatedly calling using the office phone. Just the phone rang and rang. So I then phoned on a telephone that did not have a withheld number. And guess what? The phone was picked up. And when I spoke to the man, he said that he had found out about your complaint now, subsequently to my previous conversation with him. He said the price for the customer is £50 to get the laptop repaired. He said, yeah, we just want £50. We will pay the rest for the damage to be fixed, but we want £50 from the customer. But this is the bit that you're going to love. He said, and she just needs to be patient because it's going to take 3 months to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 7 months already.
I said, what do you mean it's going to take 3 months to fix it? This laptop has been with you for months already. Why is it going to take 3 months to fix? He said, because we've ordered the part from Asia, and that's how long it's going to take for the part to come. I said, well, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous that you're now expecting the customer to wait another 3 months. I'm going to tell the customer that she should come along and collect that laptop and she will get it repaired elsewhere instead. He said, well, she can't do that. I said, what do you mean she can't do that? We're not giving the laptop back to her, he said, because the customer's already agreed to us repairing it. We've ordered the part, and therefore we are not giving the laptop back until we fixed it.
I mean, when I was in at the weekend, it was said many times the words £40. Yes, £40. So you're only going to charge me £40 for this fix. And he said it many times. My husband was there. He heard it. I know he's not really an independent witness, but I did actually go in with the intention of wanting it back, or at least proof of where it is, that he would be getting it back to me. And of course, I don't know where it is. I don't know when I'm going to get it back, if I'm going to get it back, and why this price keeps changing.
Well, I have not dealt with anything quite as weird for a very long time. And the fact that they're now saying it's going to take another 3 months, I think is completely and utterly unacceptable.
No.
It is now absolutely incumbent on me to identify the shop that we are talking about. And I'm going to do that now for a couple of reasons. The main reason, it is extremely important that no other shop is wrongly confused with this shop and with this complaint.
Sure.
Also, I do not want what's happening to you and the complete confusion over your product and where it's gone and how much you've got to pay to happen to anyone else. The company that you took the phone to, the laptop to, is a company called Mobile Mall. Now, it would appear that Mobile Mall have rebranded the shop front to Phone World. They're based in West Street in Dunstable. Were you aware that they have changed the shop front to Phone World?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. They're trading under a different name to their limited company name.
That's right. The limited company is absolutely Mobile Mall Limited.
And on their receipts it does say Mobile Mall Limited.
That is right, and I've had a look at that paperwork. However, their shop, and I confirmed this myself this weekend, their shop is now called Phone World.
Yes. I think it's always had a slightly different sign. I'm not sure it's always been Phone World, but it has always had a slightly different sign to its limited company name.
Okay, well, it used to, when I was dealing with it before, it had the Mobile Mall shop front, which is a red shop front, but now it has the Phone World blue shop front, and it's based in West Street in Dunstable. Now, I gave Phone World / Mobile Mall, based in West Street in Dunstable, not to be confused with any other computer repair shop.
Yeah.
I gave them the opportunity to provide a response from the management for broadcast today. In fact, I've reiterated that offer numerous times, and I have not received anything. The manager, I'm being told, the man who runs this company, and indeed he is also the director of Mobile Phone Limited, based at West Street in Dunstable, I was told that the details will be passed on to him, and I gave him an opportunity to respond. I've had absolutely nothing. It would appear he's gone on holiday and has not briefed the rest of his staff as to my involvement in this, nor has he made any attempt to contact me since my initial communication with him, Jackie.
I mean, it was him. It was that guy that on the Friday, the 2nd of October, after you'd spoken to him the first time, that actually told me to come in and collect my machine, my laptop. He was very adamant that I should come in and collect it.
Well, now they're telling you they haven't even got that laptop in their store.
No.
It's gone to their other branch.
Yes.
Why would it have gone to the other branch? What's it got to do with the other branch?
I don't know. Maybe they thought they had the parts there. I mean, I'm feeling really exhausted about where I can go from here.
I'm not surprised.
They won't give it back to me. They've told me absolutely without question, because we kept repeating it. So on Saturday, so you're telling me I can have a full repair on this laptop and it's only costing me £40, and he kept saying yes. He said that he was going to contact you with pictures of the location.
Well, I haven't received the photos. I haven't received a response. All I have been told is that you are lying, that when you took that laptop in, it had a broken screen.
Right.
And they have ordered the part, and it's now going to take 3 months before it's fixed. But they say that they will do it, they're telling me, for 50 quid, but you're saying at the weekend they told you it would be £40.
There was absolutely no question over the price. The price is mentioned many times.
Well, at the moment, there is very little that can be done, because the director of the company, it would appear, is out of the country. So communicating with him, and despite my best efforts to get a message to him, to give me a call or to email me, to enter into a dialogue with me, I've had absolutely no response whatsoever. It would appear your laptop is not even in the shop anyway.
No.
I mean, the whole thing is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just be aware, everyone, this is Phone World in West Street in Dunstable, that used to be called Mobile Mall. The company is still officially Mobile Mall Limited. They are a limited company. Just be aware of the situation that Jackie is having taken in a valuable laptop to them to have what was supposed to be a straightforward, simple £25 repair done on a hinge. It's now ended up with her laptop. It would appear her laptop is being held hostage. They say they're not going to give it back to you because they've already ordered this part in from Asia and the part hasn't arrived yet, so they can't fix it. You know, it's just the whole thing is a complete and utter nightmare. I'll tell you what I would like you to do, and this is, I think, the best thing we can do in the meantime while we wait for the director of Mobile Mall Limited, based in West Street in Dunstable, to come back.
Okay.
I would suggest that you now make contact with Trading Standards at Central Beds Council.
Yep.
And that you ask for Central Beds Council to register this down with Trading Standards as a complaint.
Yep.
I will stay across this. If anybody listening to the programme is able to put me in touch with the director of Mobile Mall Limited, that now seems to be trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable, then please ask him to give me a call on 08081 008800. I'd like to have a conversation with him, and I would like to find out why it would appear he's gone on holiday. Jackie's laptop has disappeared. They're telling Jackie it's at their other branch. Why is it at the other branch? According to Microsoft, it's showing up as being in a bazaar in Mumbai. You know, what the hell's going on with this?
I don't know. A friend of mine who is very well travelled heard your show, and she said, I know that market very well, and it has thousands of reconditioned laptops on it. So it didn't seem that unusual that it would actually be there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I just want to know where it is. If the company has it, why haven't they sent over the details in terms of why have they not sent over the photographic evidence to show it in their shop as you requested this weekend? Why is it in another branch anyway? It shouldn't be. Why is this part going to take 3 months? There are so many questions.
And I don't know why I can't collect it, seeing as the man was very abusive and told me to come and collect it.
The man that I spoke to on Friday says you're not having it back until it's repaired. No. He said he's not prepared to give it to you because they've ordered the part in.
I'm just stuck, aren't I?
Yes. At the moment, it would appear you are. And it's just absolutely outrageous. The whole thing is just outrageous. You go and have a word with Central Beds Council.
Thank you.
I will contact this company again this afternoon if I can actually speak to anyone. I will inform them of the fact, if they haven't heard already, that they have now been named on my programme. And again, I reiterate my invitation. If the manager, if the owner of Mobile Mall, trading as Phone World in West Street in Dunstable, would like to appear on the programme and explain why your customer is on my programme and why you appear to have gone off on holiday and not left anyone else in charge, you are very, very welcome to join me on the programme and explain to everyone why your customer is in this position now. 08081 008800 is the number for your call. Jackie?
Yes.
We'll talk very soon. You and I both have conversation to have. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll give you the number for Trading Standards so you can register the complaint with them, and let's take it from there.
Thank you very much.
Tell me all about, without naming any company names, please.
Thank you. Initially, I think I just need some advice as to what I need to do first. It's involving a games console and a video game. In August of this year, I pre-ordered a game, a football game for my son's birthday, and it was released last week. So as my son switched his console on, he found that the order had been cancelled.
August, did you pay for it?
I had to put in my credit card details. I think they take, well, it said on screen that they can take payment any time.
And how much was it?
$89.99.
Oh, blimey.
But pre-ordering it gave you 10% off, and it gave you a limited time bonus with the game.
Okay. All right, fine. What does that actually mean?
Well, it's because it's a football game. I don't know, you're probably not aware, but last Monday the transfer window closed for players moving clubs. And through the game, you can get one of these newly transferred players in your game. And you have that for the whole lifetime of the game.
Right.
But because they cancelled our order...
Right. And what in the email that they sent you, when did you receive the email?
It was first thing on the Tuesday morning in the early hours.
Yeah, but last Tuesday in the early hours they sent you an email, and the email said they were cancelling the order. Why?
No, it didn't specifically say why. It just said there was something went wrong their end, and they were cancelling the order.
Right. Okay. And has payment gone through?
It has now, because I've actually paid full price for it.
No, but last week when they said they'd cancelled it, payment had not at that point gone through. They hadn't tried to take your money.
No.
Okay. So did you raise this with them and say, well, I'm not very happy about this because now the only way for me to get the game is to pay full price?
Yes.
But the whole point of pre-ordering it was to get the 10% discount.
Well, and the limited time bonus. I did. It took me. I was on their web chat for over 2 hours, and trying to sort it out. So when I came to try and order it with the first person I was speaking to, we were just selecting which edition of the game it was, and then I got cut off. I ended up speaking to somebody else, and she said the only way I can have the game is to pay full price, and there's nothing she could do. I explained that they'd sent an email saying that there was a fault their end, and she said all she could do was send it to our higher support services, and that they'd contact me in 24 hours to try and sort it out. I've heard nothing since.
I mean, I guess the problem that you've got with all of this, if the company didn't ever take your money in the first place, then the fact that they then say, well, sorry, it hasn't gone through, they are within their rights to do that. I completely accept that it's frustrating for you because you then lose out on the 10% saving, and also this, what you're talking about being a limited time bonus. I completely accept that that's frustrating. Yeah. But I think your ability to actually do anything about that is somewhat, well, nil, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So I presume what you're hoping for is the company that you ordered it through to give you 10% off and also the limited time bonus.
Yeah, I mean, the 10%, I mean, it's £9. It's not going to break the bank at all, is it? But, you know, it's the fact that we'd ordered it in good faith, and, you know, my son would benefit from having the bonus on his game.
Right. Is that something you now have to pay extra for?
You just can't get it.
Right. And have you had a look around to see if anyone else has had the same issue with this pre-ordered game?
No, I wouldn't know where to look.
No, I don't really either. I mean, I don't know if this is meaning anything to anybody else listening to the programme, but my gut feeling is that, look, they say, sorry, a mistake occurred, but we didn't take your money anyway. If you want the game, then you have to buy the game now. But it's up to you, really. I mean, I guess, really, even though it's very frustrating, because in an ideal world, they would be saying to you, oh, we're so sorry about this. We understand we've messed you around, so we'll still give you the game with a 10% discount, and we'll give you the limited time bonus that you wanted, even though now that no longer applies. That would be nice to do, but they don't necessarily have to do that.
Right, okay.
The company that you purchase this through, is this also the company that makes the game?
Yes. Possibly not.
Right. Well, I don't know either.
I suspect not.
Okay. Would you
I'm
like?
not 100% sure.
Would you like us just to go and do a little bit of digging around and see what we can find out, and have a word with the company and ask them why they're not offering this to you?
If you could, please, that would be absolutely fantastic. But you know, I appreciate that you've got more pressing things to deal with. Well,
look, we have to be honest. In the grand scheme of things, with everything else going on in the world, you know, there may well be some people listening to this programme thinking this is actually, in the grand scheme of things, not the worst thing to ever happen. However,
no.
From a principle perspective, I absolutely get the fact that you feel frustrated having gone through the process of ordering it in August, having put yourself down for it, for them to then, as far as you're concerned, renege on the deal at the last minute.
Yeah.
Seems a bit smelly, and I totally get that. So we can certainly see what we can do. Okay. Tara, can we get a bit of detail?
Absolutely. I'll get in touch and just have a search round if anybody has experienced the same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hi, Joanna. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
No problem. We purchased a washing machine in February. I think it was the 12th of February in 2019. And within the first month it went wrong. We contacted the company that we purchased it from, and they were very good. They came out, ordered the part, then said they couldn't get the part and completely replaced the washing machine for us with no problems at all. We were absolutely delighted. And the washing machine was very good for a whole year. And then in February, early February this year, it went wrong again. I contacted the company we purchased it from once again, and they said it was now out of warranty, so I would need to get somebody in to fix it. And I said, where would they recommend? Because it's a very unusual brand of washing machine. It's bigger than the normal, and I was concerned that anybody could cope with it or deal with it. So,
now, do you listen to my programme, Joanna?
I do, yes.
So I presume when they started, and I have to use this expression, fobbing you off with, oh, it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do, you need to get someone out yourself to repair it. I presume you told them that they were talking nonsense.
No, I kind of thought they were right because it was over a year old, only just by days.
There is no cut-off after a year.
Ah, okay.
There is no cut-off. If ever a retailer says, oh, it's over a year old, I'm afraid the warranty's run out now, there's nothing we can do, they are fobbing you off.
Okay.
Because when you purchase a product from a retailer in this country, you are protected by, now the legislation is called the Consumer Rights Act. It used to be called the Sale of Goods Act, but that was replaced in 2015. The Consumer Rights Act states that any product you purchase, so in this case a washing machine, must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, it must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Okay.
There is no cut-off after a year.
Okay.
So whether the warranty has run out or not, it does not mean that the retailer no longer has liability. They still have a legal liability unless you've done something to damage the washing machine through misuse, then the retailer has a responsibility to get things sorted out.
Okay, so I then asked them who they would recommend to come and fix it. And they recommended a very large national company. And I then called them and they said, yes, they could fix it, no problem. It would be £250. And we had to pay that up front.
Oh, God, did you pay it?
Yeah, it would include all the labour and all the parts, no problem at all, but they could definitely fix it.
How much had you already paid for this washing machine?
I can't actually remember the exact amount, but I think it was between £1,000 and £1,500.
Hang on a minute. So, let's work on the lower of those two figures.
Yeah.
You spent £1,000 on a washing machine.
Yep.
That should buy you a very, very good quality washing machine.
And I believe it is.
That should last you for a reasonable amount of time.
Absolutely.
And for £1,000 for a washing machine, I would want absolute minimum 6 years. But ideally, much more than that. I'd want about at least 10 years from a product that costs that amount of money.
And that's absolutely what we believed that we were buying when we purchased it.
But
we had one very similar before, which is why we went back to the same company, and we had longevity from the product and been very happy with it.
But when you were then confronted with having to pay, on top of that money you'd already spent just a year ago, another £250 to get someone to come out, did you not think this can't be right?
Well, I wasn't happy about it, but we needed it repairing, and we wanted it repairing fairly quickly, so we went ahead and paid the £250.
Right. Okay.
So, the first call they came out, they had a look at it. They were very, very, very efficient, and they said, it needs X, Y, Z, no problems. We'll get those parts for you with no problem at all, and we'll come back and we'll refit the parts for you. The second call that they came out, they came to refit the parts, but they brought the wrong parts with them. So they said, we will have to reorder the parts for you. We said, that's no problem, as long as you get it right. That's fine with us. And then
you're such an understanding customer, Joanna.
Well, not really. The third time they were due to come, we had gone into lockdown, and that was cancelled due to lockdown, which was understandable. And they said, "Don't worry, as soon as we come out of lockdown, we will get this sorted for you straight away. They'll, the part will be in by then, and it will all be done." So I think it was the end of June, we had an appointment with them to come again. And the guy came and he said, "Oh, I don't know why they've sent me. I don't repair this brand of washing machine, and they haven't given me any parts anyway. I'll have to go back to the office and get somebody else to come out and order the parts for you and come again." By this time, I was getting really upset about it because, it was June. And
I was going to say, what had you been doing for washing your clothes from February until June?
We are a small hairdressing salon, and we were in lockdown, so we were not open between February and July.
Well, hang on a minute, because you've just said something that may change things significantly.
Okay.
Did you purchase this washing machine as a business-to-business transaction?
Yes, we did.
Right. Well, that changes everything.
Okay.
Because if you purchase this as a business,
yep,
then you are not covered by the Consumer Rights Act.
Okay.
So everything I said previously regarding the 250 quid that you were asked to pay, that would have applied if you purchased this as an individual consumer.
Yeah.
But if you purchase it as a business, then it all depends on the terms and conditions that particular retailer has for products that may well go wrong after the point of sale.
Okay.
The law is different because it's deemed that businesses are, they're able to get their head around the terms and conditions, the small print of any kind of business contract, whereas your average consumer is not expected to, which is why the law is there to protect them.
Okay.
Okay, so this was purchased as a hairdressing salon, this washing machine.
It was, which is why we purchased a larger washing machine, which was more of a professional washing machine, similar to an American type of washing machine for a bigger load and for more frequent use.
Okay, so where are we now with this?
We're now in July, and we've just had the repairman come out, and he hasn't got the parts, and he doesn't work on this particular brand of washing machine.
No, but I mean, where are we now in October?
In October, we are still at a bit of a stalemate. We've had several people come out with the wrong parts, and from the last 6 weeks, they're just telling us they can't get the part for it. I've said to them, could you possibly let us have our full money back and we'll try and find somebody else that can fix it? And they've said, no, we can't do that. We can only give you some of your money back because the first £65 was for the first call-out fee. But we've had no value from the first call-out fee whatsoever.
Right, okay. Well, it sounds to me as if this would benefit from us speaking to both companies concerned.
Okay.
I think what we need to do is we need to go and have a word not only with the company that you purchased the product from in the first place. Have you ever gone back to them at any point?
I did. I went back to them in July and I said to them, thank you for recommending this company for us to repair. However, we're having lots of problems with them.
Why would you thank them for recommending them then?
Well, it's good to be polite, isn't it?
Well, I think you're a very nice person. I would not be thanking them. I would be saying, you have left me with a massive headache. I bought this washing machine from you. I need the washing machine to be working. It's only lasted a year and it's gone wrong. You then send me off to speak to this other company that don't seem to know their what from their elbow. they're coming out with the wrong part. They're sending people out without the parts whatsoever. I've got no product that works, and it's all your fault because you're the ones that put me in touch with them in the first place. I think maybe we need to go and have that conversation with them.
Yes,
I'm afraid I'm not as polite as you, Joanna. I'm not as nice as you. And I'm absolutely prepared to go and have that conversation. I'm also prepared to go and have the conversation with the second company and ask what on earth they've been doing for all these months. We're well aware the lockdown occurred, but for goodness sake, they've had months to get the right part, to come out and fix the blooming machine.
The first company, I did say to them, am I being unfair on the second company? Because I'm really, really cross and I'm not happy. Am I being unfair? And they said that all washing machine suppliers are having problems getting parts from China. But that was in July I spoke to them. Since then, we're now in October and, it's just not on.
No, it's not on. OK, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back. I need to have a chat with Tara about Tony's computer, but can you hang on there? We'll come to you in a second and get some detail, go and have a word with the company for you.
Thank you very much.
Now, Tony's son bought a computer for £700 and set it up with Skype so his mum and dad could keep in touch.
He thought because of the lockdown, it would be nice for us to be able to see and speak to our grandchildren. So anyway, he got this other one working, but he had to get it to me. And he called in a courier company on the 25th of March. And they picked it up in the afternoon and told him that it would be delivered to me on the 30th, on the Monday. And so I waited in all day long. It never arrived. Christian, my son, was in touch with the company. They said, yes, they had got it in their depot and it was on its way to me. It never has arrived. And they said because it's gone missing, they offered him £300.
Well, as you can imagine, Tony and his son Christian were really unhappy about this because the computer had cost £700, not £300. But most importantly, where is the computer? Computers don't just vanish. It must have gone somewhere. Where's it gone? That's exactly what we've been trying to find out. Well, Christian, Tony's son, joins us now. Hello, Christian.
Hi, good morning.
You were trying to do something so nice, and it's all gone horribly wrong, hasn't it? What a nightmare. Now, look, we've been in touch with the courier company to try and find out what on earth has gone on with this computer. Tara, please tell me that they have managed to locate where it went missing. They've spoken to whoever was the last person that worked for them that was in charge of that computer, and they've managed to get it back.
Do you know, I wish I could.
Oh, God.
As I'm sure Christian and Tony and Christian's mum would also wish that I could tell you that, but I can't tell you that.
What's the latest from them then?
Well, we do have a response, and the company involved is Hermes. We successfully deliver 400 million parcels each year, but occasionally things do go wrong, and we have apologised to Christian. The computer he sent is on our list of excluded items, which is clearly highlighted at the point of purchase. This list is fairly common across most parcel carriers, although a small number of delivery firms will handle high-value items like computers, but at a considerably higher cost. For high-value items that are not on the Hermes excluded list, there is the option of purchasing extremely cost-effective additional cover, but only up to a maximum of £300. As a gesture of goodwill, we have offered our highest level of compensation to Christian, plus a refund for his postage costs, which were, I think, Christian, £17.99, weren't they?
Correct.
So they're saying that you shouldn't have used them in the first place for sending the computer because it was clearly a product that should not be sent. Do you recall seeing anything, Christian, that suggested you shouldn't be using Hermes to send a computer?
No, and especially since I received it after I bought it via Hermes. It arrived to me from Hermes in its original box. So I thought, well, I was obviously led to believe that they would take it again because that's the way I received it. And it was only after having obviously lost the computer and started questioning what was going on that they told me that there was an exclusion list, which I appreciate that there is a way that you can see it, and I say they highlight the fact. But my issue with it all is, if I go to an airport and there's an excluded list of the items that you can take with you, and they say, do you have any of these items? And I say, yes, I do, I've got fireworks. And they say, that's fine, we'll take them. And then, and that's essentially how I feel I've been treated, because on the way slip, I put computer. When I handed it over to their courier, it was a computer in a computer box. So they had every opportunity to go, we don't accept computers. Do you know that? So, I didn't know they didn't take them, but I told them very clearly that it was a computer.
Where is the exclusion list kind of on the
through to actually see it? It's not something that's up the front, and please check out our exclusion list. It's like when you go to a check-in at an airport, it's right in front of you. It says, don't come on here if you've got arms or...
Well, Christian, if I go on the website, because you did the first part of it online, didn't you? So when you actually bought the service, and if the front page of the website, you can send a parcel, you say from what postcode to another postcode, and then underneath that it does say check our prohibited items, and you click on that list, at which point you will be able to see that there is something there about computers/laptops.
Oh yeah, no, I did have a look, items. And obviously it was there, but because I received it from them, I just didn't even consider that. Why wouldn't... Okay, it's a risk, computer. Obviously, it could break like a TV or anything else that's fragile. But it arrived to me perfectly. So I didn't even consider that a computer... when I went to the airport a couple of years ago and they asked me if I had some Christmas crackers in the bag, I said yes. I didn't imagine that a Christmas cracker would be on an excluded list. And that was the same for this case. And... yeah, my concern is I told them that it was a computer.
Okay. I mean, in terms of them covering themselves, I think you will find that they have managed to cover themselves by having that exclusion list, and by having it on the exclusion list that they do not accept computers. Then I'm afraid, in terms of being able to take this further with them, you're probably on a hiding to nothing. I am very disappointed, though, that in the response, please tell me if I'm saying anything that's incorrect here, Tara, but I did not hear them mention any explanation as to where this computer has vanished to when it was in the My Hermes system. Computers don't just vanish. Someone has taken that computer, or that computer has been put in the wrong place, or something's gone on with that computer. Where is the explanation for people listening to this programme that you can have any confidence in sending something using their service and it's not going to go missing? Which is exactly what I put to them when I received that first statement, because I felt that some of the issues hadn't been addressed in the initial email that I sent over to Hermes, because I and Christian and you and Tony and Christian's mum, I'm sure, are very keen to know where exactly this parcel has ended up, because there is a process within the delivery chain where you as a consumer can identify at what point the parcel is, and Christian got notification that it had been accepted at the depot, so you know which depot it's in. Yes. So I did ask them the question of what efforts they took to try and locate this parcel, the process that they go through, the fact that it was at a depot, so they knew the location. So I appreciate, as we all do, they deliver an awful lot of parcels, but each one is important to the sender and to the recipient. And so each one has the tracking details on it, so it's either in the warehouse or it's gone to a driver, in which case it might be in his or her van. If it's not in his or her van, but it went to that driver, where did that driver put it?
And those ID details must have been on it, because Christian received the notification that it was at the depot.
So what have they said? Where is it?
OK, so I put that to them again, and the response I had from them was no further comment.
Dear, oh dear. No further comment from My Hermes.
Although they have been in touch with you, haven't they, Christian?
They called me on, I think, middle of last week, to personally...
I don't know what's happening to you. Christian, you're vanishing a little bit into the ether. Are you there?
Oh, sorry, can you hear me now?
That's better, yeah.
Apologies. They did contact me to reiterate that they would offer the £300 compensation, and then I mentioned that I had written a letter to their legal department, which they negated knowledge of, even though it was registered post, signed for, etc. So I had to send that letter through again to the person who called me, and then they came back yesterday and said, yeah, we're still going to stand by the £300 compensation.
Well, unfortunately, I think in terms of the money that they've given you, I think you're probably going to find trying to get any more from them is impossible. They say the £300 they've offered you is a goodwill gesture anyway, because you hadn't taken out the extra insurance to provide that level of cover. And they say it's clearly on the exclusion list. I'm still extremely disappointed that they have not offered any explanation as to what happened to that computer. Computers worth £700 don't just vanish. That computer was a valuable item. You, it turns out, wrongly put it in the hands of Hermes to deliver, when in fact they don't take computers, but that still doesn't give them the right just to lose that computer without any trace whatsoever. And then when we ask a perfectly reasonable, justifiable question, where is it, to turn around and say we have no further comment. Who do they think they are?
Precisely. It just shows a massive hole in their workflow and in their tracking system, which means I wouldn't trust them with anything else in the future.
Well, people listening to the programme will make their decision as to whether they want to use that courier company to send items as a result of all of this, and the fact that they've responded to say they don't even wish to make any further comment on what might have happened to the computer. I mean, people will draw their own conclusion. In terms of the £300, unfortunately, it would appear you've learned a very expensive lesson, as indeed as your mum and dad. And I'm very grateful to your dad for having come to the programme, because it gives us an opportunity to investigate this and, more importantly, to highlight it for everybody listening to the programme. But I'm afraid, Kristen, I don't think there's very much more you can do.
No, doesn't sound it.
It's absolutely appalling. And Hermes, I cannot believe that response. I cannot believe when we've asked you, where did it go? You haven't even come back to say, well, we've conducted a thorough search and we managed to trace it so far, but unfortunately sometimes things go missing. Nothing. You've just said, we don't have any further comment. Actually, this is a £700 computer. Christian, we, of course, if we hear any more back, we will be in touch with you. And if you hear any more back, then please let us know. But I'm afraid I think it's time to draw a line under it and move on. Everyone will learn a lesson.
Yes, I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much for all of that.
Do you remember Simon? Simon was telling me he lives in a one-bedroom flat. He says that trees in the development of block of flats are so overgrown that it's having a huge effect on the light, not only coming into his property, but into all of the properties, really.
We've had some tenants who, after doing some complaining themselves and have had no response from the housing association, took the matters into their own hands and actually climbed the trees and cut some branches off themselves so they could get some light into their houses. And that's why I contacted the Housing Association myself and spoke to them, and I told them the situation. Their attitude was that the tenants were vandalising the trees, and I had to put them right on that. We had a housing officer come out within a week, had a look, took some photographs. Now, this was in June. It's going to get done, he says, but we don't know when. So they committed to saying that there is a problem in the area. However, I have rung them 10 times since the beginning of June, and I've said to them, what's going on? When is it going to get done? Let me tell you something, I get more light in the winter than I do in the summer.
Because the leaves are off the trees.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, as you can hear, somebody needs to attend to these trees, and if the housing association that runs this block of flats, if they weren't prepared to do it directly with Simon, then it was necessary for us to go and have a little word with them, and that's exactly what we have done. Simon's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Simon.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Now, last time we spoke, Tara, it's a little bit disappointing because the Housing Association had initially said to us, making very positive noises, they said, yeah, that's fine. We've got all the permission we need. We're going to go out there. We're going to get the trees sorted out. But then when we spoke to Simon last time, he said that he'd heard from them and they were now starting to and ah as to whether or not they had got the relevant permission from the local authority, because apparently some of these trees have preservation orders on them. It was now looking doubtful as to whether they had got the permission to start cutting them back. What's the latest? I know you've been in touch with them again. What have they said?
Yes, so it was getting a little bit frustrating for Simon. Well, we all understand why, because he would like some light in his property. So, anyway, you were a bit sceptical about whether these permissions have been granted or not. I went back to them. They have provided us with a statement. It's Clarion Housing, and a spokesperson has said, "We are sorry that there has been a further delay. We are committed to working with the local authority so we can progress these works as soon as possible, and we have our contractor on standby." So it does appear, despite the first email saying that they did have the permissions, that they are still waiting for that to be put in place to find out which trees they can do, which trees they can't do, what work they can do. But I suppose the positive side, if we're trying to be positive about all of this, they do have that contractor on standby. So presumably as soon as they're sorted, they'll be round to your gaff, Simon, and chopping those trees.
I mean, we're back to the point where I first called you, where I turned around and I says they're going to do it, but they don't know when.
Well, there is a slight difference in that Clarion Housing will know that we're not going to go anywhere until they've attended to the trees. I'll tell you what's the greater concern for me: timing. In terms of, there are times of the year when it's perfectly okay to start. I think they call it pollarding, don't they? Pollarding trees.
Yeah, I've heard that term,
And then there are times when you don't start cutting trees about. And I believe you don't necessarily want the weather to be too cold when you start doing all of this. So my slight worry is, how much longer is this going to take? And are we going to then find ourselves in the midst of the winter when they turn around and say, "Oh, well, unfortunately we can't do it now because it's the wrong time of the year"?
That'd be typical, that would be.
Well, according to the RHS, which I'm sure know quite a lot about this, the Royal Horticultural Society, they say the best time for pollarding many trees and shrubs is in the late winter or early spring. However, bear in mind the following: avoid pruning Acer species, it's not an Acer, is it, in spring, where they are prone to bleeding sap. Summer can be a suitable time to pollard. That makes it sound like you can pollard any time. Pollard here, pollard there.
Well, I remember, because I think I mentioned to you before, Simon, I have a lovely magnolia tree. And to be honest with you, it's a beautiful tree, but it's also a pain in the backside because the mess it makes and the fact it grows so quickly. And I have it normally every few years. I have it cut to within an inch of its life.
That's right. Yeah.
First year I did it, some of my neighbours noticed what I'd done and they said, "Oh, you've killed your magnolia. I can't believe what you've done." I said, No. But to be honest, there was a moment where I thought, "Oh, God, I think maybe that has gone back a bit too much." But it was very important, the timing that it was done, because apparently if it was too cold, then it was going to make it difficult for the tree to recover. So I had to wait for just the right kind of weather before they were prepared to come and do it for me.
Right.
So I just hope we're not going to have any kind of, we can't do this now.
Oh, we will.
Well,
that sounds like by hook or by crook.
Yeah, you sound very weary, Simon. Look, I mean,
I've been at this since June.
Yeah, okay, but look, we're now battling for you, and
I know.
What we can certainly do, Tara. Can we just go back to Clarion and say thanks very much indeed for agreeing? It's a bit frustrating that initially you suggested you'd already got the permission, now it transpires you haven't. That's a bit frustrating. But can we just kind of let them know that we are itching to update the fact that these trees have been attended to, so the sooner they can do it, the better? And can we also just make it abundantly clear, if it's not already, that we're not going anywhere until the trees are sorted? So this is not one of those stories. I know there are some radio programmes where they might deal with an issue like this. They update the fact the council have said we're going to cut it, and then you never hear from it again. We will follow this through until those trees have all been cut back. So the sooner they do it, the better.
Would it be worth having a word with the local council, because they're the ones that are dealing with this?
I don't think at the moment we need to.
Right, okay.
We will give them a reasonable amount of time now they've told us they are liaising with them. If in a few weeks' time there's still no news, well, then we can certainly go and, apply that pincer movement as well. But I think at the moment, let's wait and see what happens. Okay. Simon, leave it with us. The good news is the leaves will be coming off the trees soon.
Yeah.
Think of all that light.
All that light I'll have in my living room. I'll have to keep this curtain shut, won't I?
Let there be light. Well, listen, we will keep in touch with you and we'll talk to you very soon. All about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I do indeed. Basically, we purchased a cooker in November 2013 from a large retailer. It's a freestanding cooker, and we were told it's the Rolls-Royce of cookers, and it cost about £1,000. Initially, it worked fine. Then, after about 2 months, the touch controls on the hob wouldn't work. Technician was called out. He replaced the panel and all seemed well. In the meantime, without associating it, our main fuse kept tripping at random. This main tripping continued on a regular basis over a good few months, so we called out an electrician who said there was no problem. Then the oven wouldn't work properly, and at the same time tripped the fuse again. Technician called out, changed panel, seemed to work okay, but the main still kept on tripping. The cooker would work now when it felt like it. Intermittent issues of not being able to turn it on, then it would work fine. Still the mains kept tripping. So we called out another electrician who confirmed there's no issue with the circuit.
Right, now hang on a second. Sorry to interrupt you. So by this point, how long after purchase was it?
We're talking a window of about a year.
Right, but you'd had... It. Right, but it kept tripping your electricity when the oven was on?
No, that's the difficult question. It was doing it at random. That's why we never associated the problem with the cooker.
Well, it might not have been anything to do with the cooker.
Well, I'll come on to that later if that's okay. Basically, we called out another electrician who confirmed there was no problem at all with the circuit itself. Now, we went on holiday and came back, and the power was off, and we lost nearly £100 worth of cooker food. Freezer food, so my good lady was not very happy. Now, we called out the engineer again, who said there's no fault. Now, the new electrician suggested we turning off every appliance for a week to see what was tripping the mains. Now, all was okay until we left the cooker on, and that tripped the mains. Now, that had been going on for over 2 years, so I contacted the people we bought it from and said, I want my money back. This is just not on at all. But they said, oh, hang on a minute, it's still under guarantee, and contact the manufacturer, which I did. The real crunch came at Christmas. We had all the family round and the cooker cut out, blew the main fuse, and we could not get it working again. So we had to ferry the food to my daughters to overcome the issue. Well, you can imagine it didn't go down very well.
OK, but hang on a second. So you're saying that when you'd finally worked out that it was definitely the cooker that was blowing the electricity, and you contacted the retailer and they started saying, oh, it's still within warranty, contact the manufacturer.
Right. That's right.
I mean, firstly, that sounds as if the retailer wasn't really taking very much responsibility, which is disappointing to hear, because your contract was with the retailer, not with the manufacturer.
What I argued, yes. So I argued that with them, but they wouldn't buy into it. They said it's under warranty, let them deal with it.
It's a shame you didn't come to me at that point, because I would have relished the opportunity to go and speak to them. So did you then go, after they had told you to the manufacturer?
I did indeed, yes.
And what did they do?
Well, basically, it still kept tripping the mains for whatever reason. I contacted them, they sent a technician out, and they decided there was a problem in the end, and they would replace it. Now, I thought that was quite a good gesture. My wife was reluctant, but rather than having to cut worktops, etc., we went with a new model after being assured the main problems had been fixed. Now, the cooker was replaced in 2017. But within a week, the new cooker tripped the mains, which did not go down very well. So I contacted the manufacturer. They sent out a technician, and he said, there's a mod on this cooker, and this will overcome the problem, which it did. But some of the same problems started reoccurring. The touch panels on the hob were temperamental and worked when they felt like it. The mains oven would cut out at random, so we started using the top oven this year, and the top oven now started to trip the fuse. I called the manufacturers again by phone in July, but ended up with talking to a machine. I was eventually put on a hold, and to be told, hang on, and then it cut off after 10 to 15. I tried 2 or 3 days just the same. So I wrote to the manufacturer in August, no reply. I then wrote to the CEO in September, no reply. I tried to contact them again by phone and had no reply. Then I sent them an email and I had an acknowledgement they'd received my email and they would get back to me. Still nothing. 2 weeks ago, the hob failed again on Saturday evening and we could not get it going again. So reverted back to the portable stove. Tried again on Sunday morning, worked perfectly. I posted a complaint on social media and they messaged me immediately saying they were sorry, can I give them more details? And they would get back to me. I did so, absolutely nothing. It went again last night and blew the fuse, which means, going all around the house, resetting the clocks and the heating system. So my wife said she's just no confident in the cooker and it's just temperamental and she wants it out of the house.
Yes, it's a great shame it's taken you this long to come to me, Tony, because if you the original purchase date with the retailer was 2013.
It was indeed, yes.
The liability from the retailer has now expired.
Right.
Because after 6 years, you're going to find it very difficult to actually argue from a legal perspective that the retailer still has a responsibility to you.
I'm with you.
So had you come to us a bit sooner, my argument would have been absolutely with the retailer that sold you this product to say, you've sold the customer an absolute nightmare cooker, keeps blowing the electricity, it's been replaced, still doing the same thing, it's just a nightmare, take the thing back.
Yes.
I think you're going to find that very difficult, but I think what we can certainly try and do to help you, and this is not the normal avenue that I would pursue whatsoever,
right?
But I think from a reputational perspective, the manufacturer is probably your only hope.
Well, that was my thought, yes.
And I think we can go and have a word with the manufacturer and put to them, Tara, this is one of their products that Tony is alleging has such a fundamental problem that it keeps blowing the electricity. It's been replaced once already. Can we ask them, is there a known problem with this product? Let's do a bit of digging around on the internet and see if anybody else has complained of the same problem.
Basically, I know what it is. I'm quite well up on electrical things. Basically, this induction hob draws about 4 kilowatt when it's on. You have to have a special circuit for it, which we've had, but it has a thing called a condenser in it, which stores electricity. And what was happening, the condenser was doing its job, storing the electricity, but it was gradually feeding back to the mains. So, of course, the mains thought there was a short, and that was tripping it, and that was what the basic problem is.
Okay, Tony, listen, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to Tara, we'll get some more detail. We wouldn't normally do this, but we will go and speak to the manufacturer, let's put it to them, and let's see what they have to say about one of their products apparently causing this kind of problem. It's the company names, please.
Okay, thanks very much for taking my call. Back on the 21st of August, I entered a competition that I do on a regular basis. It's free to enter. It's what it is. You have to pick 7 races, which the company asks you to pick a winner from each race. I've done it on loads and loads of occasions, and normally the prize money is about £1,000. So
this is with a betting company, is it?
Well, it is. It's partly a betting company and also a TV company. It's on the TV on a regular basis. When they have like Royal Ascot, Glorious Goodwood, or York the Ebor meeting, the prize money on the TV is considerably a lot more than on like today. Today would most probably be a sort of £1,000, but on this day in particular, on the 21st, it was called the York Ebor meeting. So I sort of thought I'll have a go at picking the horses from each of the races.
Right. What was the prize fund?
£100,000.
Oh, blimey! That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
£100,000.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd give it a go.
How much did you pay to enter?
It's free to enter. It's free to enter. Normally, it sort of attracts around 250,000 people. On a big meeting.
What's the catch then?
No, there's no catch. There's no catch.
Well, you don't get anything for free in this world, so there must be somewhere along the line. There's a catch.
No, there's a lot of sports betting platforms that do these sort of bets.
Right. Or maybe the catch is then to try and hook you into then using their services where they'll make some money out of you.
But yeah, that's exactly. But I would say I'm not that gullible. I do have a flutter on the horses from time to time. Nothing serious because I've got a family and 2 kids. So I've not got an addictive personality where I spend the mortgage, etc., on betting. I do like.
Thank goodness for that.
I do like watching horses and just noting horses that I follow. And when I feel the time's right, I will have a little punt here and there. But on this day in particular, I picked all the 7 horses prior to the meeting start because you have to get your sort of pick your 7 horses before the first race.
Yeah.
So the first winner went in, which, I wasn't paying much attention to. And later that day, I was sat there with my father and my son and picked up my phone. I thought, I'll check, see how I've got on today. And lo and behold, double take my phone because I do it on the app. I picked 7 winners and passed the phone to my father. And he's like, Christ, you've got 7 winners. And I'm like, I don't believe it. So I started shaking, thinking, £100,000. But once I got home and double-checked on the TV that I was sort of in with the shout of sharing the pot with other people, I then got an email from the company to say, congratulations, you've won X amount, blah, blah, blah. But the worrying part, Jonathan, was the email they sent me was, we want your driving licence, we want your passport, we want your bank details, we want your mother's maiden name, etc., etc., etc. And I said to my wife and my eldest son, this is a bit worrying because giving all this information out over an email, as I've listened to your programme numerous times of people that have lost money through email scams.
Yeah.
So I was a bit wary. So I got onto the company, one of the companies, and I got into a live chat, and they said, no, you need to send A, B, C, and D, which I was still uneasy about. But in the end, I sent the information over, and they said, thank you, we've got your information. But just nothing. It's just, I've sent roughly about 11 emails now, and they are a big company. They're not like small fish in a very large pond. They are. Both of the companies are big companies. So
you certainly haven't received any of your money?
No, I've been constantly checking my bank to see if the money... And they said it would roughly take 72 hours. Due to COVID being busy, etc., your money will be within your bank within 72 hours. But
so how much have you won? I mean, you say the prize fund was £100,000, but then you seem to suggest that may well be split between you and a number of other people. So do you know how much you've won?
Yeah, I know how much I've won. Part of me I don't want to say because my wife's listening. But no, it's not life-changing. It's not life-changing. It's 120 quid.
What?
It was £120. It was split between 800 people.
Hang on, so the winnings... Hang on, this is... Right, okay, well, I think I may well have found the catch. Have you?
No.
So £100,000...
Yeah.
As this amazing prize fund, in fact, is divided by how many people?
I think on this day in particular, it was just over 800. But like Sunday just gone, the prize was 100,000 because it was the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, and 2 people won that. at 50,000 each, because they tell you once the actual last horse runs, or before the last race, they'd say, right, there's 2 people on number 1 horse, there's 3 people on number 2 horse.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying when I say the catch. The catch with a betting company is to hook people in.
Yeah.
Once you get a win under your belt, that's then the addictive thing, isn't it? So, but then you get people thinking, oh, that's great. Oh, I've won some money. I'm going to do this again because I might win some more. And that's why this kind of thing for them is probably, it's worth it, because think of all those 800 people that then are very likely to place another bet as a result of having this win.
Yeah, but Jonathan, I can hand on heart say, as I'm sitting here, I've won in the region of like £1,500–2,000 before. Picked my money up from the betting shop, walked straight out, and never been back. I haven't got an addictive personality where, like with drugs, drinks, smoking, I'm one of these people. I can win money and walk away, and I would openly tell you how much money I've spent over the years, how much I've lost. I've got no qualms about that.
How much do you reckon you've spent?
Just this year alone?
No, over your life.
Over my lifetime, I would mostly say about £1,000.
Right. Okay.
Just last year alone, I won in the region of getting on. Well, last year I had one single bet that paid out £900. This year, I would say I'm about £400 or £500 up this year.
Right.
And I'll be honest to tell you, if I have losers, there's no shame in telling people that you've had.
How much do you reckon you've lost in your life?
In my life, yeah, you do get a lot of gamblers say, "Oh, I've won this," but they don't tell you the losses. But no, I can honestly say, less. I would mostly say less than 1,000. Way down in the 1,000. Less than 1,000, maybe 500 quid. I don't bet big, Jonathan.
Right.
I do bets that I can afford. £10 here, £5 there. I might not have a bet for a month, but I've just got. I have not got an addictive personality. I enter competitions. If you win, you win. If you don't, you move on.
Right.
I've seen a lot of people lose thousands and thousands and thousands. But even my children will tell you that I'll pick my winnings up, I share it amongst my kids and my wife, and I just feel that this competition, that from a big company, that it's taking far too long to pay out. And
sounds like
I've never even used this company. I've never ever placed a bet with this company. Only their free online, TV app.
Okay, so you're expecting 120 quid?
Around that figure.
Okay. Well, we can certainly get a call into them and find out why they haven't paid you. When was it that you sent all this information in and they said it would be paid to you within 72 hours? Well,
I've been sending information, like I say, I've sent 11 emails over since the just at the end of August.
Okay.
The first email they sent me went into my spam folder.
Right, okay.
So then after that, I've just been emailing, and nothing.
Right, okay, fine. Leave it with us. Tara.
Hello.
Can we get a bit of detail? Can we get a call into this company and just find out what's happened to Adrian's winnings? Okay, it's not 100,000, it's 120 quid. There or thereabouts.
£120, that's better than nothing.
It's better than a slap round the face with a wet fish. So could he please have the money?
Okay.
Okay, let's see what we can do.
I think that's fair enough. You've waited a long time for it.
Adrian, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Marion booked an all-inclusive holiday to Benidorm for her 60th birthday. She was due to go in March of this year with 3 friends. The total cost of the holiday was £1,880. However, due to the coronavirus pandemic, the holiday company cancelled the trip. Well, Marion's really unhappy because she's still waiting for a refund.
We've been trying to get the refund since April, and each month they say it would be in my bank by the end of the month, which didn't happen. And the last correspondence we had for them was on the 20th of the 5th of May. The flight company emailed me to say that they'd refunded the money to the company on the 21st of the 8th, so all their flight refund had been returned to them. So I rang the hotel to find out what was holding that up, and they said that they hadn't received any money from the company yet, the holiday company yet, because they don't receive it until 60 days after their holiday, which we didn't have, so the company still had all their money.
Well, as you can imagine, Marion's very annoyed with all of this. She just wants her money back, and I promised her I would contact the company on her behalf. I did. They didn't really give any explanation as to why things had taken so long, but they did give me an assurance that they were processing the relevant refund. Marion's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Marion.
Hello, Jonathan.
Marion, I think some holiday companies have been having an absolute nightmare. I was talking to a completely different holiday company yesterday afternoon regarding my recent holiday that I wasn't able to go on to Spain. Yeah. And the holiday company they were telling me a lot of information. It was shocking. They were telling me that they are really, really struggling as a result of the airlines just refusing to pay them back. Apparently the number of airlines that will actually refund the holiday companies, few and far between. And as a result, the holiday company that I use said we've had to take the loss, we've had to take the hit because we just can't get the money back from airlines. So I think it's a big problem. However, that's the holiday company's problem. It's not your problem. And I'm not quite sure why they had taken so long to refund you. They promised that they had done so as soon as I made contact with them. I said to you, Marion, I want you to let me know as soon as the money is in your account. I'm hoping that's why you're back on the programme.
Yeah, of course, that's why. We've all got our money back. Four of them are all happy.
Brilliant. You're a happy bunny, all back in the black.
Yeah, I would like to thank you very much for all the work you did to get it for me.
Well, it's a pleasure. When are you off to Benidorm again?
Well, not this year anyway. Hopefully we'll do it next year, maybe.
Nice. Well, let's just hope. I mean, that's the slight problem. The holiday company that I was talking to yesterday, they have now stopped offering package holidays. Couldn't believe it. I've used this company for years and years. They said,
really?
I'm afraid we're no longer doing package holidays. I said, why? They said, because we can't get the airlines to give us the money back. And to be honest, this year has been dreadful for us. We've had to take the financial hit ourselves. If we have to do the same again next year, we won't survive it. So they said, as a result, they're now not offering package holidays. They're only offering people the ability to build individual component parts. And anyone who listens to my programme on a regular basis will know that I would never book a holiday that way. Because if you book a holiday with individual component parts, you're not covered by package holiday regulations, which give you so much protection if things go wrong. So unfortunately, as a result of, it would appear, some of the airlines not paying the holiday companies back, that particular holiday company's not going to get another booking from me, I'm afraid.
No, I wouldn't either.
Just a bit of advice for everybody listening to the programme. So make sure when you book for Benidorm next year, make sure you do it as a package, Marion, and that way you'll get your money back if you have any problems. Regarding this refund, I'm delighted you've got the money back. Enjoy Benidorm when you can finally go. I will thank the holiday company. I will give them the horn. They are teletext holidays in your particular case. I'm going to give them the horn. Marion, any other problems, you know where we are.
All right, yeah.
We're dealing with a number of tree issues at the moment. Judith came to me. She was telling me her daughter moved into a housing association property about 20 years ago. At that time, the housing association had planted some trees in the residents' gardens, little baby trees. Well, as you can imagine, 20 years on, this tree is absolutely enormous. And Judith really feels that some work needs to be done to it.
The sunshine between April and October has been obliterated now from the majority of the day by the tree. The roots are all over the garden and parts of the garden can't be mowed. The lamppost over the wall on the roadside has now been totally disappeared from view because of the tree. Birds poop constantly all over my grandson's trampoline, and the adjoining neighbour's sunshine has also been limited and complains about the huge amount of leaves in her garden in autumn. Too big a tree for too small a garden.
Well, Judith wants the tree to be cut right down, ideally. But if they're not prepared to do that, certainly for it to be nicely cut back so that it is a more manageable size. Well, that seems like a very sensible option, and that's exactly what I went to put to the Housing Association on Judith's behalf. Judith's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Judith.
Hi there, JVS. You okay?
Now, yeah, I'm good, thank you. You sent a photo of this tree, and it's a beautiful tree.
It is, just in the wrong place.
The shape of it is absolutely gorgeous.
It is.
But it is huge. It's absolutely vast. Now, I went off to have a word with the Housing Association, and I've got kind of, I think mostly it's good news.
Oh, excellent.
Let's find out what they've had to say. It's the Guinness Partnership. That's the Housing Association concerned. They have come back and said, we have inspected the external side of the wall. This is the wall at the back of your daughter's garden. And we could see no obvious signs of instability or damage to that wall.
No.
We agree the tree does need cutting back, particularly where the branches are overhanging the public footpath.
Yes.
The council has confirmed there is a TPO, a tree preservation order, in place, so we will require formal permission before we can arrange this work.
Okay.
So I think I'm interpreting that as positive. Because we've now got in writing that they recognise the tree does need cutting back, and we've also got in writing that they are planning to arrange the work.
Right.
What we don't have is any idea as to when they're going to do it.
Oh, well, but if it's by next June, it'd be wonderful.
Well, I think that is that's an improvement, is it not, on where you were previously? Because how long has your daughter been trying to get the Housing Association to agree to come and cut it right back?
We try every couple of years, but obviously the results been the same. But yeah, this is the furthest we've gotten, so they're taking note, which is great.
I presume your daughter hasn't heard anything from them yet?
No.
Right. They just came out to have a quiet look. And because it's difficult to see from the photograph, the footpath they're talking about, is that at the back of your daughter's garden or at the side?
Yes, that's the wall. At the end of the garden, there's a footpath and there's a lamppost, which you cannot see because the trees, devoured it.
Yeah.
Basically, I think that it sounds like they're more interested in that part of things than they are, in the garden. But I don't care what the reason for doing it, as long as it's done.
Yeah, yes, and look, I mean, I think it's positive, and I'm reading it as a positive response. The only slight concern I have is that this tree is huge, and in order to cut that tree back properly, it's going to be a very expensive job.
I'm sure.
It's going to involve tree surgeons with, that abseiling kind of gear.
Yes.
Right up in that tree, cutting it back. That costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, what I really hope the Housing Association is not thinking is, we'll just cut back the branches that are overhanging the footpath and then just leave the rest of it.
Absolutely.
Because that won't actually help your daughter at all, will it?
No, we do need them. As I say, it doesn't have to be, totally cut. Just the branches so they can start springing up again and, eventually grow to the same size again, but that will take another 20 years. So.
Yeah, but in order to do that, you need to kind of give it a thorough pruning, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
My concern is that what they might just do is take some of the branches that are overhanging the footpath and then leave the rest of it, leave the height of it, which doesn't solve the problem because it needs quite a lot taken out of the height of the tree.
It does.
So I think what we can certainly do, I will go back to the Guinness Partnership again. Okay. Let me just say we've had the conversation, and of course we're very pleased that they seem to recognise that the tree does need cutting back, and we're very pleased that they now seem to be suggesting that they are going to arrange the work as soon as they have have sought the permission, the formal permission from the council.
Okay.
But I will say to them, we'd like a couple of things answered. Firstly, can they please confirm that this is not just going to be a very gentle prune of this tree? This tree is going to be cut right back.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's pointless. And also, let me just ask them, have they actually now put in the permission from the council? Have they requested that? And if so, how long do they envisage it's going to take before a team of tree surgeons come round and start attending to this enormous tree?
Great.
It's going to cost hundreds and hundreds of pounds, Judith.
I know.
Which is why there's just a part of me that is thinking, although it sounds good, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a bit of a fly in the ointment, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. It'll look very strange, though, won't it, if just do the one side? You know, they're saying how beautiful the shape it is, while they're going to, that shape's not going to be there anymore if they just lob one side of it off.
Yeah, but, you know, as I think I've said on my programme before, I used to live in a block of flats, and we had a tree that was not quite as big as the one that your daughter has in the garden, but getting there. And that also had a tree preservation order, and every few years we used to have that cut right back. And in order to seek the permission and to have it cut back, it used to cost about £800.
Good God.
It's really expensive. The tree surgeons used to take hours in it to cut it right back. So it is an expensive job. The Housing Association are not going to be particularly enthusiastic about spending that amount of money on something that they don't really get very much return from.
No, very true.
So I think that's why it's just a moment of caution, really. Let me go back to them, let me talk to them, and let's hope that my pessimism is unfounded.
Mine and yours, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, Judith, all the best. I'll talk to you very soon. Now, Jules bought a smart TV for £600 back in March 2017. She says that Christmas she noticed some rather strange things happening with the screen.
My husband actually did a search on this, and this is a known fault with this particular TV. Basically what it is, however the TV is made, it has these like marble-type balls that go over it to sort of magnify the lights, etc. And it is a known fault that over any period of time, these things come loose and they drop off, which then leaves this light anomaly sort of thing within the screen.
So did you at that point go back to the retailer where you purchased it from and complain?
I actually tried to go back to the manufacturer, not the retailer.
Why?
Because it was the reason being it was over a year.
Well, unfortunately, Jules was not aware of the Consumer Rights Act that protects her and indeed protects everybody listening to this programme. As a consumer, when you purchase a product, whether it be a TV in this case or anything else, if you've purchased it from a retailer, your contract is with the retailer. It's not with the manufacturer, it's with the retailer. And the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, the previous legislation was the Sale of Goods Act that ran up until 2015. The Consumer Rights Act states that any product you purchase must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no cut-off. I'm always reiterating this, but I'm always reiterating it because it needs reiterating. There are always new people tuning into the programme who are unaware of this information, and unfortunately, in my experience, there are too many retailers who are too quick to fob customers off with the old, "Oh, sorry, it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do" excuse. It is an excuse. There is no cut-off after a year. So, I went off to have a word with the correct company on Jules's behalf, the retailer that she'd paid the money to. And I'm pleased to say I think things have worked out. Jules is back on the JVS show. Hello, Jules.
Hello, Jonathan.
So, the company concerned that you'd purchased this TV from was Argos. And they came back with this. They said, "We have been in touch with the customer. We have apologised for her experience, and we are arranging for a new TV to be delivered." Well, look at that. After all those years of arguing with the wrong company, if only you'd gone back to the retailer, it looks like they would have sorted it out all along.
Absolutely, would have been sorted out immediately.
Yeah, it's probably best not to dwell too much on the amount of time and effort and energy you've spent arguing with the manufacturer.
Absolutely.
What's happened since we last spoke? Have you got your new TV?
Well, I've got a new TV. It is on the wall. It is up and running and even configured to the sound bar. So, absolutely thrilled. Thank you so much to you and your team.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure. Shall I thank Argos very much indeed and give them the horn?
Argos very much need a very big thank you for what they've done, yes.
I will certainly thank them very much. I will give them the horn. Jules, if you have any other problems, and if you ever need some advice in terms of if you have another issue and you're thinking, well, I'm not quite sure who I do go back to in this case, just always give me a call. Always happy to help. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, ever.
Ames, please.
Okay, then, so on the 29th of September at about 10 to 9, actually, I start getting 2 emails come through from a food delivery company telling me that they delivered 2 lots of food totaling £282.70 to 2 addresses in Romford, which obviously have nothing to do with me because I live in Hatfield. So immediately contacted the Chinese restaurant involved, who said to call the food delivery company. Called the food delivery company, who said, when you get through to them on the phone, they go, this is the taxi arm of the company, you need to fill in a form.
So sorry to interrupt you there. So had you ordered a takeaway?
No.
So
I've never used them for food delivery.
You've never used the company at all?
Not for food delivery, no. For taxi services, yes, but not for food delivery.
Okay. So you then suddenly get an email saying... You got an email followed by another email saying that you'd been ordering Chinese food to be delivered to an address in Romford and the total was £282.70.
Yeah, over the 2 payments, into 2 different addresses in Romford.
Right.
Within 7 minutes of each other.
And what were they suggesting? That they'd taken the money from your card?
So they said that the payment was sitting on an intermediary paying company that's not direct, that where your bank card is directed to it, but it's not from that company, it's an intermediate company. So obviously the food delivery company have filled in the online form and they came back saying that we'll have a look at it, but you need to speak to the payment company. So I contacted the payment company, who again, you can't speak to anybody, so you have to do an online form, and they said to complete an online form, and they came back and said, well, these payments are pre-approved, you read our terms and conditions, tough, basically. So then I contacted my bank, who suggested I cancel all the cards connected to the intermediate payment company, which I did, but they wouldn't let me, that company wouldn't allow me to cancel the main card that was connected to it, so the bank stopped that card. So since then I've contacted them again, now via social media, to try and get them to speak to me, because no one will speak to me. This is the intermediate payment company. First, because they said that they would, according to their instructions, that they say that they will get a refund or get this fraudulent transaction sorted. And they've just come back to me saying, contact the food delivery company on the email we provide you on the receipt. So I did that 3 days ago.
But hang on a second.
Got rejected, so I'm just going round in circles.
Okay, I mean, firstly, you talk about fraudulent. Is this not more likely to have been some kind of computer glitch where the computer has wrongly assigned these 2 takeaway orders totaling £282.70 to the wrong account with this company, rather than someone deliberately trying to give you this kind of financial expense?
I think it actually is fraud, because since the payments came out of my account, the other account I have with this food delivery service company, the taxi arm of the account, I cannot log in. It will not allow me to log in. It's like my contact number has been changed within it, but my email address hasn't.
Right.
I've tried to get it reset, but the supposedly text verification that's coming through to my phone doesn't come through to me, because it's not coming through to my phone. And I've highlighted this to the food delivery service, and I've asked them, can they remove whatever phone number's in there and put the correct one in, reset my account so that I can get into it, so I can have a look at what activity has happened on this account. And I'm just getting no response from them whatsoever.
Right. So, in terms of the basics of this, was this a debit card or a credit card connected to this account?
It's a debit card connected to this account, which has been cancelled. So now the debt is sitting with the intermediate payment company.
Okay. So your bank has made sure that money's not going to come out of your account.
Yeah, but then the intermediate payment company are sending me emails daily now asking me for the money.
Well, they can do what they want. I mean, the simple fact is you did not order that food.
No, I didn't.
Do you like Chinese food?
No, I prefer Thai.
No, it's okay. So the simple fact is you did not order £282.70 of Chinese takeaway. Therefore, you haven't had that money taken from your account. What we, I think, need to help you do is to just clear up the confusion. I think I would like an explanation from the primary company in all of this as to how someone, apparently you, although you know it wasn't you, has on your account ordered this amount of Chinese takeaway. If it was fraud, what are their safeguards in there to protect against this kind of thing happening? What can they do to assure you that it's not going to happen again? I think we need some explanation, really, as to how this has all gone on. It's very odd.
Yeah. And the fact that no one answers you, that's the most frustrating thing. I feel like I'm in limbo. I can't get hold of anybody at all to talk to someone just to say that, so I can get that explanation.
Yeah. Okay, well, we need to go and have a little word. Tara!
Yes, thank you.
Do you like Chinese food?
I do quite like Chinese food, but I always ask for it with no MSG, and I want some extra chilli in it.
Can you actually request no MSG?
Yeah, you can. I don't know whether they take any notice, but
I was going to say.
It gives my husband a headache.
MSG?
Yeah.
I love Chinese food, but I haven't had it for ages. And now you've started talking about it, Marie, you've made me really want a beef and black bean sauce with green peppers and egg fried rice.
Extra chilli.
Extra chilli?
Yeah, now we're talking.
Oh, I'd love that. Ooh. Mind you, not £282.70
Definitely not. And I'm with Marie, I would prefer Thai.
Right. Okay, well, look, can we get some detail? Let's go and have a word with this company and find out how this has all gone on, because this is very concerning, and obviously it's either a mistake, a computer glitch, in which case, why can they not just sort it out and explain the situation to Marie, give us some assurance it's not going to happen again? If it was someone fraudulently trying to buy £282.70, did the Chinese restaurant, when you called them, did they confirm that was a genuine order for food?
All they said was, call the delivery company, get a refund, which made me think even more that they're in on it and it's a scam. Because, I'm not being funny, even with 6 people, how would you order £154.50's worth of food in for one house?
Well, particularly with the rule of 6 in place.
Exactly, it just doesn't make sense.
It's not as if you could have, a birthday party and you've ordered Chinese takeaway for everyone.
No, it's just a joke, isn't it, really?
I don't know that with 6 people you could ever order that much takeaway, could you?
I don't think you could, even not
unless they're filming. They could be filming their own version of Man vs. Food.
Well, maybe.
If you've ever watched that,
maybe, but if so, Marie doesn't want to have to pay for it. Right, no. Marie, can you stay there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll try and get to the bottom of this for you. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hang on there, please. Oh, intriguing. If that rings any bells with you, if you've ever had anything similar happen to you, I'd love to hear from you. Now, Glad decided to sign up for an offer that would teach her how to make money from property. This was back in 2019. She paid £9,000 up front, which she says would include online support, conferences and one-to-one advice. But that's not what she got.
We paid in May. They were going to start in August. That's when we went to the place for 4 days training. And that 4 days training, yes, there was lots of people and it was all absolutely amazing in group and people just saying things are going to happening. And then there was nothing until November. And in November, that's when we done 6 more days, and that was it for 9,000. In January, I realized that I've been hearing so many complaints. They said they were sorry that I felt the way I do, but have I turned up to all the seminars which I did, which is those 10 on that time? I haven't really learned that much, which I could not learn in just YouTube.
So Glad really feels as if she's paid £9,000 for very little, and she's not very happy about it. She asked me if I could go and have a word with the company and ask for her money back. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Glad.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, I've done a little bit of digging around. It would appear this company and the man behind this company has been investigated by some of my colleagues, actually, in the past. Okay. They've come back with this response. They say that they've looked into the correspondence with you and that you seemed very happy with the courses. She gave us good reviews and even wanted to join our crew. So we're not quite sure why she's suddenly changed her mind, other than jumping on the back of a well-publicised trolling campaign against us. The reality is, they say, over 90% of our clients give us a score of 7 out of 10 or above for all of our courses, provided to an independent feedback company. Glad not only provided reviews, they've sent me a couple of the reviews that you've left them, but she also left a video review. They say, we trust this evidence will speak for itself. So just a couple of things I just wanted to talk to you about, Glad. I mean, is it true that you wanted to join their team?
Yes, when I first started the training, I felt I would learn even more so if I am in the team. That means I would have, while I'm helping, I would learn a lot more. So for sure, I wanted to join the team. It was in the beginning. In the beginning, everything seemed real to me. So I wanted to join the team so that I'll be able to learn more. And the video, when people were talking against this company, I am a person, when I decide I want to do something, I do not just give up easily. I do not take anything negative and just say, that's it. I go all the way in. I really wanted to really go all the way in. So I made a video to say, come on, we can do this. We must not just give up just like that. And I felt there was something good which was going to come in here. But
that doesn't make it. Forgive me, that doesn't make any sense to me, Glad, because if you've paid a company to teach you how to be a property investor, what's all this business of you didn't want to give up, you wanted everyone to be positive? I mean, what's that got to do? Surely, if you've paid a company to teach you something, then all you want is to be taught.
Yes, it's accountability. That's what I was talking about. It's accountability. When you are learning something which is new, and it's not easy to learn something new. So you need to pull together. You need to encourage each other. When I hear someone saying that they were doing something that look at our keys, we got a property. To me, when I look at those things, it makes me to say, do you know what? If they can do it, so can I. So can I.
But the only thing is, and the company have sent me the video that you did, which seems to be you. I've got a little clip of it I'm going to play. It seems to be a video of you telling everyone else on the internet how wonderful this company is and how other people should also hand over their money and join this course. Let me remind you of something you said.
Guys, I thank you so much. Just the knowledge, because now I go places. When I give you the houses, I know exactly what to look out for.
You're talking in this video as if you've now been educated and you've now got the knowledge, and as a result, you're now making a success of your life. And you're in this video telling other people that they should also go along with this course.
Yeah, because that's the way I believe that I was going to go forward, and it was accountability, lifting each other up, because at that moment, I could hear some people talking negative. And I was like, come on, we can do this. I am going to learn more, and there's so much more that I am learning, and I'm going to do so much more. And then I realized that, no, all what I was learning, it's same as the boot camp, it's same as the first time. I was not going to get anywhere. It's 10 days for that 9,000, and I haven't heard from them. And it's beginning.
But Glad, I don't understand. Forgive me if I'm missing something. I don't understand what you're talking about, because in the video, you're talking about how this course has been wonderful for you. It's given you the knowledge to be able to do all these successful things, and how wonderful it is. Why would you do a video like that, even if you were enjoying the course and you were listening to some other people moan about it? I don't understand why you would do that and say to the organisers, I want to join your crew. I just don't understand why you'd do that.
Because I wanted to learn more. I felt if I joined the crew, I'll learn a lot more. And for everything else, I just wanted to encourage. I just look back now and say to myself, there's not much more really I have learned apart from what I could learn before.
But why would you then do a video telling other people?
Going to get somewhere.
But why would you do a video then talking about? Because the company, I'll be honest with you, they've simply come back to me and said, this woman left us good reviews. She's even done a video talking about how wonderful the course is and how much she's learnt and how other people should also join this course. And they're saying, the next part of their email, they say, sadly, the trolls are encouraging people to claim refunds in this manner without just cause, and they're suggesting that you're just jumping on the bandwagon trying to get your money back, when in fact you, up until that point, were saying how much you enjoyed the course and how much you learnt from it.
Yeah, that's in the beginning, that's how I felt.
But I don't understand why at the beginning of a course you would do a video. Did anyone ask you to do that video?
We were encouraged to do something about how we are feeling at that moment. And for me, I was feeling good, and I was feeling it was going to take me somewhere. I'm not a person
the company said to you, can you do a video on Facebook, put it on Facebook, and tell everyone how much you're enjoying the course? They said that to you.
Yeah, everybody was encouraged to do something.
Right. And what would you get in return for doing that?
As soon as you join, you are asked to go on their Facebook group.
Yeah.
You join the Facebook group, and you're encouraged to do something to do with how much you think of the training. And for me, especially in the beginning, I really felt something was going to happen for me.
Yes, but look, if I order a sofa, and I order a sofa from a company, and they send me an email saying, please can you give us a review, at the point where I've just ordered the sofa, I'm not going to give them a review at that point, am I? Because I've hardly had any experience of the company. I'm going to wait until I've not only received the sofa, but I've made sure the sofa comes in one piece. I've sat on the sofa and it's as comfortable as it appeared in the shop. Then I might leave them a review to say, I ordered a sofa, everything's gone well, the sofa's arrived, I'm very happy with it, it's very comfortable. I wouldn't at the beginning leave a review, because surely what this company have done in encouraging you to leave this review where you're talking about how wonderful it is, and they've given you start off holding the set of keys, suggesting they've given you the keys to unlock all the problems. They're now suggesting that this is evidence that you're just trying to get your money back, even though you were delighted with what you received.
Yeah, it's something else. Okay, if it is that way, then would 10 days be the 9,000? That's my question to them.
Yes, but why would you do that video at the beginning of a course before you've actually had the course and you've seen what the course actually is going to be, and you've made sure that you're really happy with the course?
I really felt that would just give me just part of accountability that I am not giving up. That's the way I've just felt.
But I don't get this accountability and giving up. I mean, what the hell's that got to do with anything? You paid them £9,000 to learn how to become a property investor. You say, having done the course, it was a load of rubbish and you hardly learnt anything. Why would you stand there at the beginning of a course and do a video on Facebook telling other people how wonderful it was, how much you learnt, how much they should be confident in this course? Why would you do that?
That's just how I felt in the beginning.
Well, I really feel that going forward, you need to learn a massive lesson from that, because this company, to be honest with you, they've now got you over a barrel. Because if you were to, let's say you were to take them to court, they would simply arrive in the court with the written reviews you left them saying you were really happy with the course. They're going to show the judge the video of you saying how wonderful it was and how much you'd learnt and how it had given you the keys to unlock your potential as a property investor. And they're going to say, we don't understand why this woman wants her money back. She was delighted with the course originally. Here's the evidence to show it. You know, and it's going to be very difficult for you to argue with that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think there's very much more you can do, because the evidence they've given me seems to back up what they're suggesting. Now, I don't know how this operates. It sounds very, the whole way you're talking just sounds very weird to me. And I don't know whether it's because the way this company kind of, they hook you in. I don't know whether it makes you feel as if it sounds, the way you're talking, it almost sounds as if you've joined a cult.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
It almost sounds from the way you're talking as if it's almost the same way people talk when they've joined some kind of cult.
I don't know what cult is, sorry. Okay.
Well, almost like one of these slightly strange religious groups where people think that having joined that religious group, it's going to be the answer to all their problems in life, and they feel so excited at the prospect of what's about to happen that they're so full of joy that they want to shout it from the rooftops. But actually, at that point, it's just a feeling they've been given. And I'm almost kind of getting that same impression from you, that at that point you'd been given the impression that this course was going to be wonderful, and as a result of that, it made you feel amazing, because at that point you hadn't really learnt anything, but you were made to feel as if you were about to be given this magic pill that was going to turn your life around.
That's right.
Have I hit the nail on the head?
Yes, you have.
So you then, having felt as if, this is going to be wonderful. I mean, I don't know what they're talking about yet. I don't know what I'm getting for my £9,000 yet, but they tell me it's going to be amazing. You then stood in front of a camera and recorded a 10-minute video talking about how wonderful the course was and how much you'd learnt.
Yes.
But unfortunately, in doing that, I think, to be honest, you've probably ended your ability to get your money back.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Glad. Listen, if there was anything I could do, then I would. But having seen the video and having looked at the reviews, I just don't think there's very much more you can do. But I would urge everybody listening to the programme, but just be very careful. There are all kinds of people in the world who are very charismatic, and their charisma can sometimes hook you in. And you believe, because they're so charismatic, that person is going to do something amazing in your life. But to be honest, judge people on the actual performance, on the results, rather than what people say. Glad, I'm really sorry. At the moment, I don't think I can do any more, and I think you've lost £9,000, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Thank you so much.
And unfortunately, you're not kind of. I was hoping you'd come back with something else, but it sounds as if what I've actually done is just hit the nail on the head, really, and you've realised it.
Yes.
Glad, I'm sorry, I think it's a £9,000 lesson.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Glad. Oh dear.
So myself and my wife, we moved house at the beginning of August, and we needed to get a quote from a removal company, obviously for the move. So about a week before the move, when we had exchange contracts, we got in touch with a company to get a quote, and my wife called, got the quote. It was all very, very amicable with them on the phone.
And this company that you were getting a quote from to move you,
yep.
Did you do your homework about them? Did you, were they recommended to you? Did you make sure that they had very happy customers reviewing them on the internet, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so they were recommended by a friend of my wife, so they'd used them previously and they didn't have any issue.
Okay.
And I'd also checked out their website, which had good reviews.
It's often, just as an aside, and the one thing I would say, there are some fantastic removals companies out there, and there are some dreadful removals companies out there. And when you consider you are employing a company to pick up the contents of your home, all the valuable, important things in your life, and transport those important items from one place to another, it's really important that you use a good company, because what you don't want is to end up dealing with some company that's going to break everything and then disappear, having broken all of your life's possessions. So what I would always advise, don't necessarily look at the company's own website. Look at independent stuff. So look at what other people are writing about the company on social media. Look at what the Google reviews are for a company. Look at independent people who are reviewing the company. That's normally the best way, because let's be honest, if you'd started up your own removals company, Darren Removals, you'd only put good reviews on your website, wouldn't you? You wouldn't put bad ones.
Yeah.
So when you did your research, they seemed to be fine and they seemed okay.
Yep.
How much did they quote you to move?
So they quoted us £588, which they took a deposit of, I think it was maybe $240, a couple of days before, and the balance on the day of the move itself. So when my wife called them, we were given a choice of time in terms of when they would come round to us. Of 7, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. We've been advised by our solicitors that we were unlikely to get our keys before 12 or 1 in the afternoon at the earliest, so we made this clear to them at the time, and he was fine with that. Obviously we went for 9 a.m, the latest slot we could. He said, based on the size of our house and the bits that we told him we need to be moved, that he thought it would probably take the guys about 2 hours to pack it all up. And he said, the time in between getting the keys, the guys would, sit in the van, have their lunch or whatever, absolutely no problem.
Yes, I have to be honest, I've not heard of this start time business before. Last time, it's been a few years since I moved, but as far as I was concerned, when I moved and I used a removals company, I kind of had them for the day, really, and they turned up in the morning, got everything packed up. Then we had to sit around waiting for that phone call from the solicitors to say, the money's all gone through. The keys are now transferred. You can now shut the door of your old property and head off to your new one, at which point your removals chaps are all ready to take you off.
Exactly. So that's, what we, you assume you have them for the day, and you really don't know when you'll get the keys, essentially.
No, you don't.
So what happened, these guys turned up, they actually turned up about 45 minutes early, so about 8:15. And in fairness to the two guys that did the move, they were really good. I've never seen guys move so fast. And they had the van loaded up at 10 o'clock. And then they were wanting to move to take it to the next house there, and I thought, well, fine, you can go around there, it's not a problem, but the other people will still be there, and we won't be getting the key till later this afternoon. But they didn't speak very good English, so I couldn't really get my point across. But anyway, they went off and sat at the house for a few hours.
What? So hang on, they left your property with all of your possessions before you'd gone?
It was only a mile down the road. to where we were moving.
Right. Okay. Right. So they head off.
Yep.
Did you? I mean, I completely understand if the language is a bit of an issue, but could you not have phoned the guy in the office to say, look, I don't think your guys quite understand this, but we're not ready to go yet, and yet they want to go off. Is that okay or not?
Yeah, I mean, we probably could have done that in hindsight, but we were comfortable enough because I was in touch with the guy who was moving from the place that we were going into. And so I called him and just asked him to confirm when the van turned up outside the house, which he did.
Right. Okay.
So we knew, for example, that the guys were waiting, ready to go in.
Right. Okay. So what happened next?
So we got the keys. I think it was about 1:45 in the end. So it was about an hour. We said, earliest 12 to 1. So it was a little bit after that. But again, we didn't think it would be an issue.
No, that sounds all fairly normal, doesn't it, really? Very often there's a bit of a delay on these things. So 1:45, you were told, that's fine, it's all gone through, go to your new property, the keys are there, and enjoy your new house. Yeah, the guys were there again, unloaded very quickly, within an hour. This was one of the hottest days of the year. The sweat was pouring off them. I was admiring the work they were doing, that kind of way. But again, so they were done within an hour and a half. And then sort of when they were leaving, they got us to sign a form. He was trying to make some sort of point. I was like, don't worry, we've paid everything up front. It's all sorted. And off they went. And but, then when you you say they were trying to get you to sign some piece of paper. Did you sign the piece of paper? Yes. Yeah, we did. Did you read what was on the piece of paper? Yeah. It did say about a waiting charge that they put on there. And I sort of said to them, look, we've paid up front. There's no waiting charge. And they just sort of said to take it up to the office. So that's kind of what we had to do. And what did it suggest was the waiting charge? It didn't say. Okay. Well, I mean, I think I would probably, just for future reference, don't sign a piece of paper if you don't really know what you're signing, because I think I would be inclined to say, I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to sign that, because it suggests that I might have a waiting charge. The waiting charge has never been raised with me. Hang on there, let me phone your guy in the office and find out what this is about. I think that's... But I understand on the day of moving, you've got a lot going on. It's stressful, isn't it? Extremely stressful, and you've got a lot of different things pulling you in different directions. So I do understand that maybe they got you at this moment where you thought, just sign it and everything will be fine. Thing, isn't it? So are you going to tell me now, and I don't wish to preempt your story, but I'm sensing this is where it's going, that they now have charged you a whole load of money for waiting around? Yeah, they charged us an extra $250, which was taken from my wife was sent an email about 4 o'clock that day, and the money was taken at the same time. So there was no kind of, pre-warning. There's an extra waiting charge. You have, set time to call up and argue. It was just taken. And on the original quote that you received from them, does it have anywhere on that quote that there is also a waiting charge system in place that goes alongside that quote, and in fact the amount of money they've suggested you're going to pay is not actually the final amount you may have to pay? No, so prior to when they sent the initial quote over, there was T's and C's which I'd read through, and it said that the quote's a fixed quote, but they're entitled to change it if a number of different criteria isn't met, say if you're not there at the house on the day or different issues. And the only one in terms of the waiting charge, it said delays outside reasonable control. But to me, what does that constitute in terms of a waiting charge? At what point do they say, right, we're going to start charging these guys now extra? Well, yeah, and to be honest with you, from what you're telling me, none of this move sounds unreasonable at all. No. They turned up at 8:15 in the morning. By 1:45, everything had completed, and the exchange of keys had occurred. You then headed off to your new place. It's not as if they were expected to wait until 11 o'clock at night, is it?
No,
I mean, this was all a perfectly
yeah.
reasonable time that this all occurred. I have no idea why the company would ever consider it okay to then tell you you've got to pay another 250 quid.
Yeah, they didn't kind of tell us; they just took it.
And when you say they just took it, how had you paid for it?
So we paid by sort of debit card.
Any reason why debit and not credit?
No, again, just at the time when we were moving, we put quite a lot on the credit card.
Yeah.
So, but again, in hindsight, possibly credit card would have been.
I think it would definitely be an advisable thing. Always pay for things by credit card. You do have so much more protection. That said, when did all of this occur? When did they take the money?
The 7th of August was the day that we moved.
Right. Have you spoken to your bank about the money they've taken?
Yeah, we did, but they haven't got back to us on it, unfortunately.
Well, I think it may well be worth pressing that again and asking them to do a chargeback, because you have a period of, I think it's 120 days. I can never remember the exact number of days you have to do a chargeback through your bank, through the credit card, through the debit card. But it in effect means that if you pay for something that you don't get, or if a company takes money they're not entitled to or whatever, you can ask your bank to claim that money back and dispute it. Now, I think my
wife has disputed it, so we could chase that again.
Yes, I definitely would do that. And I would, just out of interest, have you checked your account to make sure they didn't refund you the 250 quid?
Oh yeah, we've been chasing them sort of every week, arguing about it to try and get the money back. And what they did, the only thing that they offered us was £84 back as a goodwill gesture, they called it, because they packed up an hour quicker than he thought they would.
Right. Well, I mean, I would like to... There are a couple of things. Firstly, I'd like to have a look at the paperwork that accompanies this. A lot of this will depend on the contract you've actually signed with them from the outset. My experience of moving, and I think, Tara, you've moved more recently than me.
Yeah, about 5 years ago.
When you use a removals company, in my experience, you're kind of buying their services for that day. Yeah. It may well be that if for example, you don't exchange until 6:30 in the evening, when they've been there from 8 o'clock in the morning, and they therefore, you're not getting to, and then they've got to drive 2 hours to get to the new house and unload everything. So by the time they've finished the job, it's, midnight or whatever. You can understand how a company may well have something in place to cover themselves against that kind of eventuality. But you're not talking about an excessive time. This is all perfectly reasonable. They were done and dusted within a normal working day. Why on earth would they consider it was acceptable to take another 250 quid?
Yeah, I know in our circumstances, when our removal firm turned up at the property that we were buying, the sellers were still unloading and weren't ready for like another hour and a half.
Yeah.
Nearly 2 hours. We were very, mildly embarrassed about it and slightly apologetic to our delivery company. And they said, well, we get this all the time, it's fine. They kind of factor that into their removing equation.
If they were still there at 10 o'clock at night, it might be a bit different. But if this is all within a normal working day, it just seems a bit cheeky that this company have then taken another 250 quid. Let's go and have a word. Let's find out why they've done that. I would also suggest, and obviously we need to just find out what you've actually agreed to. If the company are contractually not entitled to that 250 quid, your bank should be giving you the £250 back. It was not acceptable for them to just allow that company to take 250 quid that they weren't entitled to.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that I went to them again on Monday just to say I was looking to take this further, just to give them one last chance to refund our money. And at that point, he said, "You're entitled to take it further, but we're retracting our goodwill gesture of £84."
Okay,
so they kind of did that as well.
Oh, okay, right. Well, that's fine because
a bit petty.
It does sound a bit petty, but I think I would like to I'd like to see what you've agreed to in the first instance. I mean, from what you're telling me, you're not suggesting that the original quote with the paperwork that they gave you clearly said, just be aware that we agree to a certain number of hours for our men to be at your property. For every additional hour that you're then using the services of our men, you will be charged, £100 or whatever it may be. From what you're telling me, you did not agree to that.
No. If we did, we probably wouldn't have used them.
Well, no, I would say it's certainly quite risky. I mean, I seem to recall the company that I used to move, who, again, were excellent, and the guys who moved, you look at the strength of these chaps and you think, my God, how can they do this day in, day out? Lugging
on the hottest day of the year as well.
Massive beds up and down stairs and things like that. I mean, it's real hard work. But I seem to remember there was something in the contract that I signed that suggested that after a certain time in the evening, if they were still there, an extra charge applied per hour. But that was going into the evening, not in the afternoon.
Fair enough, isn't it?
It's bizarre. Okay, leave it with us. Darren, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some more detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Thanks, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. If any other removals companies are listening, how does that sit with you? I mean, does it sound as if that company has acted in an unreasonable way, or is that fairly standard? Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Okay, Jonathan, it's not really a problem. I'm just really phoning in for some advice.
Okay.
Round about the 10th of September, my husband and I went sort of tile shopping for bathrooms, and we looked at various stores, and we finally found some tiles we liked at a sort of quite a well-known high street shop. And we purchased these tiles, and we haven't started our project yet. The builder's just starting to get things ready. And last Friday, we found out that the same tiles we purchased are now 50% off, which is a bit sickening, really, because
yes.
It's about £450 we would have saved. So I went back to the store, and because there's a 60-day returns policy on the store, I sort of thought, well, let me just try my luck. I'll see what we can do to try and maybe, I suppose, make a deal, really.
Right.
And
so hang on a second. Sorry, did you say there is, because this is the very important thing.
Okay.
You said that there's a returns policy for the company. How many days did you say? 60?
It was 60. It was 30, but because of COVID, they have increased their returns by another month, which is quite nice.
And what does that returns policy actually give the customer the ability to do?
Well, it's I think it's basically returns for anything that hasn't been opened or the packaging hasn't been used. It's full boxes. So if you have done a project and you've used half the box, you cannot then return that box.
Yeah.
If you've purchased individual tiles, which you can do in some of these shops, you can then return those.
Okay.
So I sort of just played devil's advocate, really, and I sort of said, listen, this is what's happened. Basically what I've just told you, I said, we haven't started our project yet. I said, there's nothing stopping me coming in, returning them, and repurchasing them again, even in another store.
Mm-hmm.
And the man said, oh, no, you can't do that. That's really dodgy and quite dishonest. So
what?
I sort of I felt like really sort of quite bad and guilty.
No.
So I said, well, listen, I could come and do that. Or I said, maybe we can come to some agreement and you can maybe give me a discount. So we are going to be redoing the kids' bathroom in the next few months. Can we come to some agreement? No, you're going to have to take that up with head office, which I didn't do because I wanted your advice first.
Well, I think it's ridiculous. I mean, firstly, let's just talk about what you're entitled to.
Okay.
So unless there's anything wrong with the tiles, then under the Consumer Rights Act, you have no rights whatsoever to return the tiles. Okay?
Okay.
So the fact that I don't know how much the tiles cost, but let's say the tiles were £10 each.
Okay.
The fact that you've paid £10 each and they're now for sale at £5 each, then as far as the law is concerned, tough.
Okay.
Okay? However, if the company has a returns policy that gives you the ability to return boxes of tiles to them and obtain a full refund for every box that is unopened, And how many boxes of tiles have you got?
Oh, there's quite a lot, Jonathan. It's about £1,000 worth.
Okay, so if you've got, let's say, 20 boxes of unopened tiles, then I think the way that I would be approaching this would be to say, hello, I've seen that obviously since I purchased the tiles, they are now half price. So how do you want to do this? Shall I bring all the boxes back and you can refund me for what I've bought? Or do you want to just kind of refund me half the price now? How do you want to deal with this? Because obviously I have the ability to return them as per your policy. So I can either return them and get a refund.
Didn't I?
Yeah.
So, and they said, no, that's dodgy. That will look really dodgy on our books when it comes to, I forget the term he used, year end or something like that.
But that's crazy. I mean, I could understand if you'd had the tiles for 6 months and you'd now fallen out of their own returns policy where they allow you to take it back, and then you'd seen that the tiles were half price, I would be saying to you, well, sorry, Alex, that's just something you have to, suck up.
Suck it up, absolutely.
But the fact you've only just got the tiles, and you're still within their own returns policy, I think they're being most unfair in terms of not coming to.
I'm so pleased you think that because I feel the same. So,
yeah,
but
I think
just
it's
feel I have no
smelly.
leg to stand on since I've tried already since I've already tried to do that, and they've fobbed me off.
Well, I think it's the way that because the way that they're responding to you would seriously hack me off.
Well, yes,
to the extent that I would be saying to them, right, okay, well, if you're not going to come to a reasonable conclusion over this, then I'm just going to return all the tiles and I'm going to go and buy tiles from another company and give them my money instead, because I think this stinks. The simple fact is, I am entitled to return all of those tiles as per your returns policy and get my money back.
Oh, would you be able to help me then? Get my money back.
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Right, Tara.
Yes, Jonathan.
Can we get some detail?
Do you know what? It seems a very short amount of time from when Alex bought them to when the issue came up with being half price. And I've been into a number of stores that sell things like this, where you find an often helpful salesperson who says, do you know what, if you wait a week...
Yes, they're about to come on a 50% off.
Absolutely.
Well, I
wish they had.
It would save a whole load of hassle, but I just... Look, the reality is, and I'm only going on what you're telling me, Alex, so I haven't got the paperwork in front of me, but if you're telling me this company offers a returns policy for 60 days from the minute you buy a product, that as long as it is unused and unopened, you can return that product for a full refund at any point for the first 60 days from the date of purchase.
Yes, well, this is my understanding of it. I mean, I hope I have understood it, and I've gone through and read their sort of terms, T's and C's, so I really do hope I have understood that correctly.
Well, we can check. What we'll do is we'll just check that out before we end up with egg all over our faces.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that would be awful if in fact it doesn't give you that ability. But if the company's own policy is that they take stuff back as long as it's in brand new, unopened condition and give you a refund 60 days from the date of purchase, then the worst case scenario for you is that you simply take all the tiles back and say, I'll have a full refund, please, and go and buy tiles from somewhere else instead. Now, I completely get...
It would take me 3 trips, but I'd be prepared to do that because of the weight of them in the car. So, but that would be a faff.
Right. Well, I just need to reiterate for other people listening to the programme, my advice for Alex and my desire to help Alex with this has nothing to do with the Consumer Rights Act. From a legal perspective, you cannot buy something from a company and then take it back and get money off it or whatever just because the company has decided to reduce something after the date of purchase. The law does not give you that ability. But if the company's own company policy is that you can return the goods, then they need to stick to their own policy. I presume you have a receipt?
I have a receipt, yes. It was purchased online. I don't know if I mentioned that, but it still was. You can return you can only return the products to their store. So that I do know.
Okay. Well, I think, Tara, while you've been talking, Tara's just had a look at their terms and conditions, and Tara, it does indeed say, yeah, as long as it's unopened and resellable, you can return the item for a full refund.
Unopened, resellable, valid receipt, you can have a full refund, whether it was purchased in store or online.
Right, and it says for 60 days from the date of purchase.
Yes, absolutely.
Fine, okay. Well, I think it just sounds as if we need to go and talk some sense into this company, doesn't it? Okay, Alex, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Abby kept seeing adverts popping up on social media for a necklace that she thought looked really lovely. Well, eventually she thought, oh, it is so nice, I'm going to buy that. £110 is what she handed over, and she requested delivery from 1 to 2 days. She said it didn't turn up for weeks, but when it did turn up, well, she was horrified.
I was so shocked, obviously, see the poor quality and cheapness which resembled an item I could have probably purchased, from a high street store, like a cheap high street store or something, for less than probably £25 or even less, really. So my parents actually helped me look into consumer law, and we found out that under the Consumer Contract Regulations 2013, I am entitled to requesting both cancellation or an online order or the refund of an item. Because obviously being an online purchase, I could not make an informed decision by physically looking at the necklace.
Yes, so as far as Abby was concerned, she wanted to return the necklace and get her money back. She indeed sent the necklace back, but was told by the company that their policy is to offer no refunds. Well, that's simply unacceptable. Abby's back on the JVS now. Hello, Abby.
Oh, hi, Jonathan. You okay?
I'm well, thank you. I hope you are too. I went off to try and make contact with this company, but it didn't go very well. And in fact, my attempts to communicate with them have been completely ignored. The company, if they even are a company, are called ICY SZN. I've never heard of this. Had you ever heard of this company before?
Yeah, so I'd heard of it before through a friend. But yeah, luckily I have actually got a refund.
Well, hang on a second. We'll come to that in just a second. I want to let's get to that in a second. So you had heard of ICY SZN?
Yeah, so I'd heard of it through a friend before, but obviously I saw ads popping up on social media, which then led me to actually look into it further at the time.
I've never heard of this company before. They don't seem to, on their website, they don't even seem to have a proper registered company address. I have no idea where they are whatsoever. And as I say, my attempts to communicate with them, unfortunately, were not very productive. However, and I know you're excitedly trying to get to the point that I'm building up to, thankfully, and there is a lesson in all of this, thankfully, you paid for this necklace on a credit card. And for regular listeners to this programme, they will know that I am always banging on about how important it is to pay by credit card. In fact, I even had to tell my own father off yesterday, Abby, because he was ordering a new carpet. And he said, oh, I've just done a bank transfer. And I said, why are you transferring it? But you need to pay by credit card. He said, oh, no, it's fine. I know this company. I said, no, hang on. Have you paid the full amount? He said, no, I've paid half of it. I said, right, can you please do me a favour? Pay the other half on credit card. Because when you buy something with a credit card, it gives you full protection if things go wrong. If you get a product and it's not as described and the company don't want to know, you can claim it back from your credit card. If you buy, for example, a carpet from a company and before they fitted it, the company goes bust, you can claim your money back. If you buy a carpet from a company that they fit and then 2 years later it starts falling apart and in the meantime the company has disappeared, you can go back to your credit card. It's so important. It gives you so much protection if you buy something on a credit card. So I said to you to put in a Section 75 claim through your credit card company for the cost of the necklace. And I'm presuming that it's been successful. What's happened?
So actually, I didn't even request that. I was just waiting, obviously, to see if anything would happen. And then I think I spoke to you last on, I think it was a Monday, I can't quite remember. And then I think it was last Wednesday or last Thursday, I received an email to say that they're going to do a refund for me. And obviously I checked my bank statements, my credit card company, and the refund was there, surprisingly. So I was very shocked, obviously, because on their website they say they do no refunds whatsoever.
Now, hang on a second, because it's quite important we work out where this refund has actually originated. You'd put in a claim with your credit card company, had you not?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
Okay.
I did try to do a chargeback.
Okay, well, it's a Section 75 claim. That's the formal title that you would put in. It's under Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act of 1975, I think it is. And that gives you the ability, because the credit card company are jointly liable with the retailer for any product or service that you're buying. So if you've put in that claim with the credit card company should, if they were doing their job, they should have been trying to get the money back from this ICYSZN company themselves, and they should have put the money back on your card. But it sounds to me as if this ICYSZN outfit are the ones that seem to have suggested they've refunded you.
I believe so.
Oh, Abby, can you move a bit? I need to be able to hear you. This is quite a crucial bit of the conversation.
They said,
Oh, Abby, I can't hear you. Abby, can you move somewhere that is a good signal? Because this is really crucial.
Now?
Not really. I mean, the good news is that you've got your money back. The bit I'd like to...
Can you hear me now? Sorry?
That's better, yeah, that's better. Yeah. So who's actually processed the refund?
So I believe it was the company themselves that did it, yeah.
Right. Well...
because obviously I spoke to my bank and they said obviously there's nothing that they can do. They were quite unhelpful at the time. And then obviously I was going to do the section... Was it Section 75, you said?
Yes.
And then obviously I noticed that they'd already put the refund back into my bank already, so I didn't actually need to do that.
Fine. Okay. Well, I'm pleased we managed to get the signal back because it's really important to clarify that.
Yeah,
so as far as that ICYSZN company is concerned, thank you to them for giving your money back, although I would just urge a bit of caution. This company does not appear to have a registered address in the UK, not one that's visible on their website. They don't even seem to have a telephone number that you can call them on or anything. So just be aware, be very cautious when you see adverts pop up on the internet. Make sure you're only buying stuff from good, reputable companies that have a good reputation, and you know that if you have any problem, you can go back to them. I think it's very risky to buy from a company such as this that doesn't even seem to have an address or a telephone number to contact them at. That said, thank goodness you got the money back. If you hadn't got the money back from them, you would have been able to claim the money under Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act. And I don't know why your bank told you that in the first place, but I want the message to go out there to everybody listening to the programme. It's so important to pay by credit card. You have so much protection. If you do a bank transfer, forget it. It's the same as handing over a wad of cash. If you do a debit card transaction, you have a limited amount of protection for a limited amount of time. If you pay for something on a credit card, as long as the total cost of the product you're buying is over £100, you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act. And if the product is rubbish, or the product falls apart, or the product doesn't arrive because the company disappears, you are able to put in a claim with your credit card company, and if necessary, you can take your credit card company to court if they refuse to do so in order to get your money back. So please pay by credit card. As far as you're concerned, Abby, I'm delighted you got your money back. I will thank ICYSZN, whoever they are, wherever they are, for giving your money back. Please, in future, always make sure you buy from good, reputable companies that you can track, and I will give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where I am. Are you happy?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you very much for that. I appreciate all your help.
Paul is a lorry driver and bought a dash cam for 210 quid. That was back in May of 2018. 18 months later, it stopped recording. He took it back to the retailer, But apparently they didn't want to know, which is very frustrating because he'd spent a lot of money on it.
At the time, it was the highest spec model that this manufacturer made, so it's very near the top end of the price bracket. This is just as lockdown kicked in, so no, they didn't want to know. They gave a little note saying it's out of warranty. Speak to the manufacturer. I said, well, my deal's with you, not the manufacturer, but they don't want to know. The manufacturer's been as good as gold. They're helping out as much as they possibly can. But the retailer just completely washed their hands of it, just don't care, really.
Well, look, the reality is, and if you are a regular listener to my programme, you will know this already, like the back of your hand. When you buy a product from a retailer, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act. That says the product must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, the simple fact is there is no cut-off after 12 months. It is unacceptable for any retailer to fob you off and say, after 12 months, sorry, there's nothing we can do. You still have a legal contract with that retailer and they have an obligation to you. If that product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time, you are within your rights to take it up with the retailer. Never, ever, ever allow a retailer to fob you off. I was extremely frustrated when I found out which company it was that apparently had given Paul this bad advice. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, thank you, Paul. This was Halfords that you had taken this up with. They were the company that you purchased the dash cam system from. They came back to me with this response. We offer a 12-month manufacturer's warranty on all dash cams sold. And as this warranty had expired, we recommended that Paul contact the manufacturer directly. The fault with Paul's dashcam developed after 2 years of use, but as a gesture of goodwill, we have contacted him and offered a new and upgraded dashcam model. Right, we'll get to the positive bit in a second. The first bit, Halfords, is unacceptable, because you seem to be suggesting in your response to me that after 12 months you no longer had a liability to the customer. That's not correct. The law states that any product Halfords sells to a customer must last for a reasonable amount of time. It does not state that after 12 months Halfords no longer has a responsibility to the customer. I really hope Halfords have realised this. However, let's move on from my irritation. The good news is they said as a gesture of goodwill, they were going to give you an upgraded dashcam system. The question is, Paul, have they done what they said they'd do?
Yes, Jonathan, they have. I went in yesterday morning with my old one. They exchanged it for a new one. No question. They expected me to turn up yesterday morning, which I did. Yeah, I've got the new one, and it's working perfectly okay, so I'm happy bunny.
You're a happy bunny. Okay, lovely. Well, if you're happy, then I'm happy. I hope I'm not going to have to take up this issue with Halfords again in the future. I hope that they will consult with a consumer lawyer, if they don't believe me, and establish the facts for themselves. But it's unacceptable to ever tell a customer after 12 months you need to go back to the manufacturer. The reality is, Paul, you've never had a contract with the manufacturer. No. The manufacturer did not have to do anything for you. The retailer is the one you have a contract with. Listen, we will move on, and I will thank Halfords very much indeed and give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Jonathan, I'd like to thank you very much for you and all your team, because I was getting nowhere at all. I'm really grateful to you for everything you've done for me. Thank you all very, very much indeed.
Oh, Paul,
I'm very grateful.
It's an absolute pleasure. Arthur purchased a corner sofa. That was in December of last year. It cost him £2,750. When it arrived, he wasn't very happy with the way it looked. Something about it just wasn't right.
It's got two electric recliners on each end of it, and they were misshapen, if you will. They weren't completely flat. We'd phoned the company up, which had sent one of their engineers, I believe, out, and I watched him try to just bend it back into shape. I've been on the phone quite often with them recently because last August we knew we were moving towards the end of September, and then in that time the recliner actually broke in the laid out position. It wouldn't lift back up, so I'd phoned them
and I said, we're moving the last week in September. I need someone to just sit it upright. I don't want to start taking it apart myself. I've managed to get it upright just by wiggling the wires in the back of the motor. The light lit up. Because it's got, it's not a cheap, it's USB ports in it. It's quite a higher-end sofa, I believe, anyway.
Well, he finally got a date at the beginning of October to pick up the sofa and take it away and get it fixed. But the driver had Arthur's old address. So Arthur made sure that he'd communicated to the company that they were definitely going to come to his new address, but you guessed it, they went to the old one. And when he found that out and said to the company, "No, you've gone to my old address," I explained, "I don't live there anymore." The guy said, "Well, sorry, I haven't got time to come to your address now." Very frustrating. Arthur was really fed up and just wants this sofa to be fixed and put in the condition that it should have been in, to be honest, from the outset. That's exactly what we've been trying to arrange for him. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Arthur.
Hello, you okay?
Yes, good, thank you, Arthur. Now, I know Tara has been speaking to this company to find out what's going on, why did they turn up at the wrong address, and most importantly, what are they going to do to get your sofa sorted? Tara, what are they saying?
Yes, because Arthur wants something nice and comfy to sit on.
Oh,
yes, don't we all? Absolutely. Well, do you know what? I have to say they were very quick to get back to me. I was very impressed by the speed. We know that sometimes it takes different companies I don't know how long is a piece of string sometimes, and some are excellent, and they were very quick. So I'm going to read out the statement that DFS has sent to us. They say, "We take customer service extremely seriously. When Arthur contacted his local store to inform them of the issue, we agreed to repair the item as soon as we had the necessary part required. Unfortunately, the repair was delayed when our service manager was sent to Arthur's old address in error. Having spoken with Arthur, the visit has now been rearranged for this week. We apologise again to Arthur for the delay, but hope to reach a positive conclusion this week." Now, I do have a date on this statement as well, and I'm hoping, Arthur, you've been informed of this date as well.
Well, let's hope so. Have they been in touch, Arthur?
Yes, they called literally the following day. So I did wonder if you had managed to get in touch with them that quick, or it was just potluck. But no, you obviously worked wonders.
So when are they coming out?
Tomorrow between 12 and 3. I have confirmed that they are coming to the correct address this time. And yeah, they've confirmed. I had a phone call from the engineer or the technician himself a couple of days ago, yesterday I believe it was, just to again confirm that they are coming out and confirm the issues with the sofa. They've told me everything. They have everything now, and the manager who phoned me up the following day will phone me again on Friday to confirm everything is fixed.
Good. Okay, well listen, at the moment it sounds promising. Yeah. And I may be being a little bit optimistic, but listen to this.
Oh, you're teasing us.
That was just a slither of my horn. They're not going to have any more until you confirm that it's all sorted and you're happy. Can we catch up with you on Friday and just make sure that they did indeed come on the Thursday and they did get it fixed?
Yes, that'll be fantastic.
Okay, great stuff. All right, Arthur, can I just ask? I must just ask before I let you go. Tara's smiling at me because she knows what's coming. Can I ask how old you are, Arthur?
I am 66.
You never are. You're
Wow.
66.
You probably sound about 27, Arthur.
You have a really young voice.
I have been told.
You have a really young voice, and I'll tell you why I'm asking the question, because Arthur is, for me, it's either the name of someone in their 80s or a child, because it's kind of one of those names that's now come back into fashion.
That's it, yeah.
And
around.
You sounded like a man in his kind of late 20s, and I thought, how unusual that he's that age group. Someone in their late 20s or early 30s would have been called a name that's only recently come back into fashion. But you're in your late 60s.
I am, yes.
Well, you have a very young voice.
You obviously use a very effective skin cream on your throat, Arthur.
Yes. Do you look young as well, Arthur?
Oh, well, I've been told occasionally.
Oh, well, that lucky old Arthur, eh? Right, look, thank you very much, Lee. We'll talk to you on Friday, and fingers crossed your sofa's all sorted.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, all the best. Now, Richard has had a luxury bookshelf made and fitted for him in August of 2018. He chose this particular company because they gave him some advice on making sure the furniture would last a nice long amount of time. They recommended that it should be made from hardwood and, very importantly, painted with a tough diamond quality paint. It would make it extra durable. So indeed he went ahead. But he's now had an issue with it ever since it was installed.
There were a few accidental scratches and a couple of little gaps here and there they needed to fill, and they repainted those by hand. But when the paint dried, it was the same lovely dark blue colour, but not the same shade. They popped back 5 or maybe 6 times and repainted a bigger and bigger patch by hand. And each time they did it, they took the shelves off, and then when they put the shelves back on, they left more scratches and marks on the paint. And it was starting to look really awful by now. And then they sent a man all the way from London who was a specialist painter, and he repainted it. But when he repainted it, and we had a look at the finish, it was awful. There were lots of brush marks visible and even more scratches. And he said he was embarrassed by the quality of the work, and they promised me they'd send him round again. But then I suppose COVID hit, didn't it?
Well, unfortunately, Richard now has a bookcase that is all marked all over it. He spent a lot of money on this bookcase, and he's not satisfied. And I've seen the photos. I mean, it is a beautiful piece of furniture, but I can see from the paintwork the issues he's having. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Richard.
Hi, Jonathan.
Just remind me how much you paid for this furniture again?
Well, it was about £4,500 from memory. Yeah.
A lot of money. The only thing that's slightly odd, I'll be honest with you, I don't understand why, if it was going to be painted, why it needed to be hardwood. It's the only thing that doesn't make sense. I mean, I think it could have been made out of something considerably cheaper as a material if it was then going to be painted, and it would still look beautiful.
Great question. I don't know. I'm not the expert, but that's what they told me. And it was, at the time, they said that you can put paint on a sort of softer wood, but then because the underlying wood is softer, one of two things might happen. Either when you rest something heavy on it, it might leave a small indentation because it'll actually sort of press into the wood a little bit. Or the other is some of those soft woods apparently have knots and oil and sap or what up through the paint and leave marks in it. So they said the best thing they'd recommend, especially for a piece of furniture that's meant to last, a generation, would be this lovely tulip wood they recommended.
Right.
It sounded convincing at the time, anyway.
Yeah, well, and maybe that's absolutely right. And I'm sure in terms of the ultimate quality of the material, if it's the better quality the wood, then yes, I guess really it would last a longer time than a cheaper quality product. It just seems to me a shame if you're using lovely wood to then go and paint that wood rather than experiencing the finish of natural wood. I would have thought that's what you'd want, whereas actually what you wanted, I gather, was something that matched a fireplace in the same room. Yeah, because the company have come back and they first of all said that they're sorry for the problem, and they say this has all dragged on. It hasn't been made any easier due to the COVID situation. They are down to 3 people as a company. And the man has said to me, on the initial inquiry, we were asked to copy the fire surround in the room. We were given the details as to the kind of paint that had been used on that fire surround, and we were asked to match it. He says, I therefore quoted Richard and received an order on the basis that would have the actual bookcase painted in the same paint with the same finish as outlined on the fire surround.
Well, okay.
Is that not the case?
What I asked them to do was to match the patterns. There were some patterns on the fireplace, which I wanted to see matched in some of the woodwork. But also I asked them if they could match the colour, that is the colour and shade. I couldn't care less which paint they used, and they were the ones who then told me they would add some special chemical to a paint which makes it diamond hard. I don't know what that is. So.
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. They then went on to say, what our process is that we spray the cabinetry in pre-cat paint, whatever that is, in the workshop. Then it comes to the site and we pull a hand coat using the particular type of paint over the top. So I think what they're saying is it comes kind of, they pre-treat it and then they give it a final coat of paint. The reason behind this is that our customers want a look that is similar to top-end companies such as, and then they name a number of other furniture companies that produce beautiful quality furniture, but they want that at a much lower price. All these companies brush the final coat of paint onto the furniture. From our standpoint, in a lot of cases, including Richard's job, they have to arrive on site in sections. So any defects from the install can then be painted on site. Richard has mentioned a diamond finish paint. He says, I'm sorry to say that we don't and have never offered a diamond finish to our paintwork. In order to find a harder paint finish that could be applied on site, I spoke to my paint supplier. Their suggestion was a product called, he then names this particular type of paint, they said that they could match the colour very successfully, with the upside of it having a much harder finish. This was put to Richard, together with us getting a specialist painter to come up from London to repaint the unit. This was agreed. I asked the painter if he would ask Richard to inspect the finished job and then to ask if they were satisfied prior to him putting his brushes away. He did this and said he was led to believe that the customer was happy with the work that he'd done. As it turned out, there was a problem with one of the panels and some scratching. The decorator tried on several occasions to go back and rectify the problems without success. I contacted the decorator to ask him how he left things, and I have attached his reply, he says. We are more than happy to have a meeting with Richard in order to move forward with this project. Email is probably the best way of communicating because of all the problems that they have and the fact that he's using noisy machinery at the moment. So, in effect, he's suggesting that you told the decorator that you were happy with the job that he'd done. Is that your recollection of how things were left?
It's not, no. I have a very different recollection. So, the conversation I had with the guy at the time, he painted, that is, when he came from London. He said himself that he wasn't super happy with the finish because apparently the day had been, it was last year, a very hot day, and he felt that the paint had been drying too quickly. So he did say a lot of brush marks in there. What I didn't notice at the time was some of the scratches because he put there's a television on this bookshelf, and he put that back. And that particular panel had quite a lot of scratches behind it. It wasn't until I moved the TV a bit later that I noticed those. So on the day, I said I wasn't very happy with the finish. And later on, I then discovered these scratches and raised them. But I did at the time send some email, which I'm sure I've got somewhere, explaining this to the company.
Right, let me just stop you there, Richard, because we're almost out of time and your mobile phone is on the verge of giving up on us. So the company have said that they are happy to find a way forward of sorting this out, which is fine, and I'm happy with. But obviously what we need to make sure is that however it is now going to be painted, it's going to be painted with good quality paint that's not going to wear off. So what I would like you to do after this conversation now, can you email the man who runs the company and copy me in on the email saying you would like him to organise for somebody to come and decorate that bookcase properly in the colour of paint that you wanted, in a good quality finish that is not going to scratch or mark. And I will make sure that I then follow that email up with a separate email just saying that, and I'm going to stay across this until the customer's happy. Can we try and make that happen?
Definitely, Jonathan. Thank you very much. I was getting no answer to my emails to them, so this is going to be very helpful.
Well, he says he's now going to respond. Let's test him. Let's find out if that is indeed the case, and I'm not going to go anywhere.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Mike. Right, you have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I will do my best. There is a local charity that I've supported for 25, 30 years, but I'm no longer able to be there physically to help so much these days and do what I can from home. And last December I used a third-party website to make a donation. The website is specifically in order to make donations to charities, and it was only a small amount, and I thought no more about it. Now, as it happens, because I'm involved with the charity, the treasurer is my brother. And a few months later, it came up in conversation that there had been no donations received via this website for quite a little while. And I said, but there was one in December, wasn't there? And he said, no, nothing. So he's followed up with this website, trying to find out what's happened to my money without success. So I thought, well, I'm the one that has the contract with this website, as I'm the one that made the donation, but I now find they don't give any phone number, they don't give any email address. All I can do is reply to the email confirmation of my donation, which doesn't look like, from the email address, an unmanned do not reply to this email type address. And I've heard absolutely nothing at all.
Oh. Well, this does not sound good. Is this a website that a number of charities would rely on in order to pass donations on?
That is exactly it. Very well known.
Well, that's extremely concerning then, because how many donations has this charity missed out on?
Well, that's one of the problems. There are different levels of subscription that the charity can take out. At the basic level, it's free, and at the end of each month, the website sends the amount donated to the charity. The next level is to pay, and from memory it's something like £30 a month. And then you can see who has paid when and get all the details. Well, this charity is small and doesn't want to pay that. So there is no idea at all who has donated. If there are other ones that have not been forwarded, absolutely no idea, no way to find out.
Well, it's very concerning. And did you say it's your brother-in-law that runs the charity?
It's my brother who's the treasurer. He's one of the people involved.
Okay. And has he raised this as an issue with this company from a kind of general perspective?
He has. They have said there is an amount which they are unable to pay to the charity because they say the bank account of the charity has changed, which is strange because it hasn't changed for 10 years. And indeed, another donation that I made and others made through the same website in the summer of 2019 all appear to have gone through, so far as I'm aware. But of course, nobody knows what donations are actually made.
Okay, so this is interesting. So using that website, donations were going through last year. It only seems to have been this year that nothing's come through from them at all.
It was December 2019, 31st of December I made them, but the donation. It's only a small amount.
And the charity has not received any donations via this website whatsoever?
Not since then, no.
Wow. Well, how much would they normally expect to make just through that website? You know, what did they get last year?
Well, I believe they only took it out at the beginning of the summer last year, so we've no idea. It may not be very much at all. There may not be any others. It was a bit of an experiment.
But you know that your money definitely has not gone through. How much did you transfer out of interest?
It was only £30, although when you do that, it comes back with a message saying, we do this out of the kindness of our heart and we don't make a profit out of this, we pass it all on to the charity, blah, 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 and please consider giving us a donation to cover our costs. So I ticked the box to give them £3 as well. So I'm a bit miffed that they've also taken my £3 and done nothing.
Okay. Well, this is very interesting. I think we need to go and have a little word, don't we? Tara, this is pretty outrageous.
Yeah, there must be an explanation behind it, and I'm going to find out if they can give us one.
I think what is frustrating is that they surely should have some kind of method of communication so that you can raise an issue with them. And I completely accept, there could be a number of issues going on. It might be some kind of administration problem in terms of they might have a problem with the bank account details and therefore the money hasn't gone through. But surely the important thing is, Mike, that you tried to identify this problem and help them identify it as well by notifying them of it, and you've just not heard anything back at all.
That's right. I have since found that some of the feedback online, this isn't a common problem, and there are lots and lots and lots of people having problems, but because it's such a household name, I didn't think to look at that before I started it.
Wow, okay. Well, we will look forward to investigating this thoroughly and finding out exactly what's going on. Mike, well done for bringing it to us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, okay?
Thank you very much.
Now, Samantha bought what she describes as the handbag of her dreams at a designer sale. It cost her a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean a lot of money.
£895 on the bag. And
on one handbag?
Yeah, my partner did look at me with an open mouth. And full price, the bag would have been 1250. I've only taken out 3 times. And the last time I went to take it out, two weeks ago for a special dinner, I've opened it. I've got it in its special box, in its special bag, under the bed. I've opened it up and the gold hardware has some tarnishing on it, like sort of really like small black dots. That's obviously very much upset me. I've called the third-party salespeople because I've lost the receipt, Jonathan.
Well, I mean, that's frustrating. But the reality is Samantha's contract is with the retailer, the company that she bought the handbag from, not with the manufacturer. And as she paid by credit card, she does have proof of purchase with them. So I gave her some advice and suggested that she should go back to the person that she bought the handbag from. She's done that. Things haven't necessarily gone according to plan, but let's find out what the latest is, because Samantha's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Samantha.
Hi, Jonathan.
Oh, Samantha. It transpired that you had purchased this handbag not from a proper shop or from a proper retailer, but from a company that does kind of pop-up sales.
Yes.
Now, there's not necessarily a problem with that, although I would suggest it's probably a more risky way of buying things, because the fact that someone pops up, it means that they're a little bit transient in terms of the way they run their business. And there's always the risk that, they might be there 1 month and then suddenly the next month you never see them again. And if you have an issue and you need to take it back, you might have a problem. Now, thankfully, in this particular company's case, that's not happened. And indeed, when you took the handbag back to the man, he agreed that he was going to take it away. He gave you a receipt for the handbag. He was going to take it away and he was going to see what he could do.
Yes.
Now, I gather from a conversation I had with him yesterday afternoon that didn't go brilliantly. I'll level with you, Samantha. I think he might have gone off me a bit.
Oh, no.
I gather you've now got the handbag back.
Yes.
And tell me, because when I spoke to him before, he said that he was going to be sending it off to his supplier.
Yes.
And what he said to me at the time last week was that he would come back to you by Thursday of last week with an explanation as to what had caused the problem and what they were going to do to get it sorted out. Now, I know that by Thursday of last week that had not happened, which is why I then tried to call him at the beginning of the week. Now, he hadn't called me back. And I get quite grumpy when people don't call me back. What makes me even more grumpy is if I then speak to someone who hasn't called me back and they try and explain the reason they didn't call me back for not just 1 or 2 days, but for 3 days, is because they've been, quote, busy. Well, hello, we're all busy. I'm exceptionally busy. I haven't got time to be phoning this man and chasing him on a daily basis. I'm busy as well. The simple fact is I left him a message and he could have had the courtesy of just giving me a call back to talk about it. Anyway, so we didn't get off to a great start yesterday, and I'm afraid I did give him a ticking off for not having called me back. What I then found quite frustrating was he said, well, I've returned the handbag to Samantha. We've tried to clean it up a bit. But to be honest, it's still really the same. But we don't think it's really an issue. I mean, it's not. It's really tiny. The marks that she's talking about are just really tiny, and we don't really think it's an issue. And our supplier says that it's normal wear and tear. I said, well, okay, but according to Samantha, she's only used the handbag a couple of times. I mean, how many times was it you said it's been out of its box?
So now 4 times with the dinner included.
Right. So 4 times it's been out of its box. Having used a handbag for 4 times, why would you expect some of the metal to start tarnishing? And he said, well, that happens, doesn't it? It just happens with metal after a period of time. It's just normal use. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just normal use. And I said, well, this was a very expensive handbag. Anyway, at that point, he then started, and this was what really frustrated me, he started trying to suggest that he was just the middleman. It was really nothing to do with him anyway, and that really this was down to the supplier. Well, if there's one thing I will not tolerate, it's retailers of any kind who try and shirk their responsibility. And I'm afraid at that point I came down on him like a ton of bricks. I said, hang on a minute, this is nothing to do. So Samantha does not need to take this up with your supplier. Samantha doesn't have any contract with your supplier whatsoever. Samantha's contract is with you. Yeah, but I'm just the middleman, he said. I said, well, you may well be the middleman. Did you take Samantha's money? Yes, right. Well, Samantha's contract is with you then. And the fact is, Samantha feels that her handbag that she's purchased from you has developed a manufacturing defect in an unreasonably short amount of time. The Consumer Rights Act means that she is protected against that happening, and she's perfectly within her rights to come back to you, and whether you like it or not, it's your responsibility to resolve the issue. He said, well, look, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, see what she thinks, but, we have cleaned it up a bit, and we think it looks fine, but we really do believe this is just wear and tear. It's normal wear and tear. There is no problem with it. So that's how he and I left the conversation yesterday. Can I just confirm, Samantha, does the handbag look any better at all?
No. It is the same. So when we got it out, I just laughed because it's the same, and I sort of thought to myself that should I just make peace with it, because it's strict. Like as you said, I would also call the man and leave a message, and then he wouldn't get back to me or email me 8 hours later or something like that with the reason as to he was busy and he missed my call, etc. And I'm just thinking, it's just so stressful. Just dealing with this, it's ridiculous. So I'm really glad that you're saying the things that I wouldn't have thought to say. So he's done this, and then the email that I forwarded you was also a letter put inside the box for with the bag to sort of say that they've cleaned it up, etc., and that I'd need to contact the third party supplier. So his the end to his middleman. He called me after he must have spoken to you, Jonathan, and was sort of talking me through, telling me it was wear and tear, etc. And then, he said to give him a few more days. He's going to contact the manufacturer of the bag to speak to them, because I said, well, are you still not able to provide me a receipt? Because the actual manufacturer said to me, it has a 2-year warranty, and you're telling me that a year, just over a year, isn't enough. Is long enough that they can't do anything. He's now offering me potentially a percentage refund.
Well, you see, the way I left it with him yesterday, and as I say, the conversation went pear-shaped, purely because I can't use the expression I would normally use if we weren't on the radio, but I don't like people trying to get around things through charm. And he's very charming, and I'm afraid it doesn't wash with me. The simple fact is, he sold you a handbag. The handbag cost a fortune as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And the handbag has got these marks on the metal. Now, just be direct about it. If he firmly believes that there's nothing wrong with it, then state what you believe and say, we've had a look at it, we do not believe there's anything wrong with it. If the customer, however, would like to obtain an independent report, or if they can get the manufacturer to have a look at it, and if they confirm that there is something wrong with it, then of course I will revisit this and I will be prepared to get it sorted. But he wasn't. He was started saying, oh no, going to speak to my supplier, it's nothing to do with me. So I left the conversation yesterday by saying to him, right, I'm gonna go and have a word now with the manufacturer. I'm going to send them the photos of this handbag, and I'm going to ask what they have to say about it. Now, what I've done while you and I have been speaking, Samantha, I've just tweeted a photo of the metal in question.
Yeah.
So that everybody listening to the programme, because I'm really interested to hear what people's views are. Now, to be fair, the marks on the metal are very small.
Yeah.
We're not talking about, extensive damage to the metal. If you look at the photo closely, you will see that on the bottom of this is a metal branding of a bag. On the bottom, you can see where the metal is starting to tarnish, and the gold is kind of coming away. I can see in 3 locations. Further up on the logo, there's a larger little circle of black tarnish that's coming through, and this. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and surely if this was just an issue of cleaning, that would have cleaned the black marks off.
Yeah,
this is where
100%.
It looks to me as if the top layer of gold has kind of come off and has left what's underneath exposed.
Going through to the alloy.
Right, okay. I'm very interested if any of my listeners would like to have a look at that photo. Give me your feedback on what do you think has caused this metal to start discolouring in this way. This is not a cheapo handbag. If you'd bought this for £5 off the market, I would say, it's fine. You spent nearly £900 on this handbag. So if you've spent £900 on the handbag and you've only used it 4 times, it should look brand new. It should be of excellent quality.
Yeah.
It should last you for many, many years. This is a very expensive product.
It should be a hand-me-down to, future generation sort of thing, like it's not something that I bought lightly. And I did say to him, look, I've got other bags that have this kind of gold hardware, and I have taken them out, bashed them around, like not purposely, obviously, and they've not got this kind of black mark, and this is the only bag I've had that I've really put in the box, put in the bag, kept in a safe, dry place, and I did not expect to see that ever.
If anybody listening to the programme would like to look at the photo, if you follow me on Twitter, the official JVS on Twitter, you can have a look at the photo that I've just tweeted of Samantha's handbag. Have a little look. What has caused that damage to the metal? A lot of people responding already, Samantha. A lot of people kind of suggesting, how do we know this handbag is genuine? How do you know it's genuine and not, as some people are suggesting, it looks like a knockoff?
Okay, so it does have all the authentications with it. So it's got the serial number. It's got a little booklet, like it's got all the right things with it. So each bag like this comes with a serial number and authentication certificates and documents.
Right. And when you took it back to the manufacturer,
yes,
and they had a look at it, and then they said, well, we would only be able to do something with an original receipt, which is fair enough if they're being asked, because, they don't know, you could have stolen it. They can't start repairing stolen goods, can they? So it's perfectly reasonable that they would want to make sure that a genuine customer who's genuinely purchased one of those handbags is bringing it in for them to have a look at. And it's just unfortunate you haven't got that receipt. But when they looked at it, did they suggest, yeah, that's definitely one of their genuine handbags?
They didn't say either or, to be honest. They just said, okay, I can see I can see what you're talking about, but did you buy it from this store? Did you buy it from any store? We need your receipt. Because then they send it back to the country of its origin, which is where the bag is known for, and then the head office deals with it. Sorry.
Well, a lot of people who are responding to this photograph I've put on the official JVS Twitter account are suggesting that they would not be happy about it. And I wouldn't either. I mean, the marks are very small. The marks are small. We're not talking about something where you go, look at that, that's awful. But it's just not good enough. And it just makes a very expensive luxury bag just look a little bit cheap and tacky. And as some people are suggesting, it does make it look as if it's not a genuine bag.
It takes away the whole luxury aspect. It takes away the dazzle that I feel that I felt when I bought it, and that I want to feel when I use it. It makes me not want to use it. I know that sounds silly, but it really upsets me that I've spent this much money on something that I can see and other appreciators of this brand will see as well, because you can.
Okay. Right, well, look, what I'm going to do... So he's now gone away and started saying that he's now thinking of giving you some kind of refund on the bag.
Do you want to know how much he said?
Oh, I don't know, do I? Is this going to put me in a really bad mood, an even worse mood than I was in after I spoke to him yesterday?
So he said to give him till Friday. He's going to try and talk to the manufacturer to see what they say about it. But he's going to speak to his business partner and look at refunding me 30%.
30%? You've only used the handbag 4 times.
I thought you'd say that.
So 895 less 30%. That would leave... Right, £268.50. So out of nearly £900, he'd be prepared to give you £268.50 back.
I feel if I'd used it loads of times.
Yes, I mean, if this was 5 years old and you've used it every day, then fine. You've used it 4 times.
Everyday bag.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Right, okay, well, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to see what my listeners think, who are having a look at that photo on the official JVS on Twitter, and I'm going to go and have a word with the manufacturer. I'm going to send them the photo, I'm going to explain the situation, and I'm going to see what they think of it. Does it look like a genuine bag? Would one of their products ever do that? And if so, what could cause that? It certainly, to me, doesn't look like normal wear and tear, and I'm not prepared to accept that explanation from him. Okay, leave it with me, Samantha. I will speak to you very soon. More work to do on this.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Okay, all the best. Now, Jackie came to me. She was telling me just as the lockdown started, the hinge on her daughter's laptop broke. Well, the laptop was about a year old. And Jackie was thinking, oh, God, what with the lockdown on the horizon? She thought, I've got to just get the laptop fixed as quickly as possible. My daughter's going to need it. So she didn't take it back to the retailer where she got it from. Instead, she took it to a local repair shop. Well, when she took it in and explained the situation, they said, yeah, that would be £25 to fix it. But then they contacted her to say they were going to have to get a part in to fix it, which would put the price up to £40. Well, she wasn't brilliantly happy with it, but she accepted the £40 and said, yes, OK, go ahead, get it fixed, please, because she needed to get it back. When she finally went into the shop to collect it, well, things didn't go according to plan.
No one was really touching anything, so I said, can you just open the machine and just show me the hinge and then pop it in this bag and I'll take it away. And as he opened the machine, the whole screen was just completely smashed. I just kept saying, oh my God, you smashed my machine. He just kept saying, well, it must have been bought in like that. And I said, well, of course it wasn't bought in like that. It would say on the repair ticket that I bought in a smashed up machine and I just want a hinge fixed. But he wouldn't have any of this, and he kept saying, this wasn't our fault, you bought it in like this, you owe me £60. And he said, oh no, don't be silly, you owe me £60. And he flicked the switch behind the counter, and the shutters were coming down, and I just started to panic, and I was all a bit nervous, and I didn't know what to do. So I just kind of opened the door and, rolled under the shutters and got out of the shop.
Well, despite all of that, Jackie decided to give them another chance to fix it. She felt she didn't really have any alternative. But every time she spoke to them, they either came up with another story as to why it hadn't been fixed, or another explanation as to why they wanted more money from her. Jackie came to me in a state of desperation. And to be honest, I quickly saw why. I've been communicating with this shop. Well, I say communicating with them. I'll get to that in just a second. But first, Jackie, good morning to you. Thanks for coming back on.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh, Jackie. Now, this is a company that I have dealt with in the past. But when I spoke to this man and he suggested that he was a new manager and that, he'd only taken on the business fairly recently, I was prepared to give them a second chance. He said to me, no, the customer's lying. When she brought that laptop into us before the lockdown, the screen was broken. But he said she said to us that she didn't want the screen to be fixed because the laptop still worked. So she said, just replace the hinge, don't worry about the broken screen. Well, I have a bit of an issue with that story because it does not state on the original paperwork that they gave you that you had brought in a laptop with a broken screen and you'd asked them specifically not to fix the broken screen. Now, that seems, if we take what they say as read, that seems a very stupid thing to do from a professional company, because surely they are leaving themselves open to being blamed for the damage that's done to the screen. And you just would, wouldn't you, Jackie? You would put it down on the paperwork. You would say, screen is broken, customer says she doesn't want the screen to be fixed. That way you then cover yourself for the future, so the customer can't then come back in and accuse you of having broken it. It just seems completely ridiculous that they didn't put it on the paperwork in the first place.
And particularly if it's a touch screen, it makes no sense at all why I wouldn't want, why I'd be happy with a broken screen.
So I said to him, well, I'm sorry, but that doesn't sound very plausible to me. I don't understand why you wouldn't have put that on the paperwork. Frankly, I don't believe you. At this point, I then raised the issue of the aggression you said you'd encountered in the shop. He said, and he named the man that he suspected was the man you were talking about, who had been aggressive, but he said, yeah, I sacked him just after the lockdown. He said that there were complaints from customers about aggression, but he sacked that man and he hadn't been working there since just after the lockdown. Now, at that point, he then started saying, oh, well, I've got to go because I've got customers in the shop, so I've got to go. And I said, well, hang on a minute, I haven't finished the conversation with you. He said, well, I've got to go. I'll call you back and I'll get in touch with the customer and I'll get this issue resolved. Well, he did call you, but the issue wasn't resolved, was he? He then kept talking about 50 quid and he was going all around the houses about £50 he wanted in order for the laptop to be fixed.
Yes, he did. And before that, I'd actually seen him, and he came up with a price of £90. And then he came up with the story that I couldn't have it back anyway because I was running up a repair bill. And then it changed to £70. And then after he spoke to you, it went to £50. Now, I know it's not a big difference in sum between 40 and 50, but for me, there's just this overwhelming principle that when he started to say, I'll do this for £50, as we agreed, I gave you a £50 repair receipt when I saw you last week. You know I've only ever asked you for £50 and you've lied about everything. So then I just kind of dug my heels in because I'm just getting nowhere. You can't really argue with someone that just makes up any truth they want.
Well, I then tried to go back and have another word with him. And when I phoned the company, a different man answered the phone and said that the manager, the guy I'd been speaking to, who's also the director of the company, had gone away on holiday. And he wouldn't be back until at least the end of the month. I said, well, I find this remarkable. This was on the 7th of October, he told me this. I said, I find this absolutely remarkable. Has he left a number then for me to speak to him while he's on his holiday? No. Well, has he left an email address? No. So, has he left you in charge of this? Has he briefed you on the complaint? No. No, he hasn't said anything. I mean, I just find that absolutely ridiculous. Who would do that? Who runs a shop that gets a phone call from the BBC to say we're investigating a customer complaint where the customer alleges someone tried to lock them in the shop, and then goes away on holiday and doesn't even say, oh, if that bloke from the BBC calls me, give him my mobile number, I'll have a chat with him, I'll sort it out from holiday. Or, can I brief you on this? You might need to deal with this while I'm away. Who does that? Absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, as you know, I then had numerous difficulties in getting back in touch with that man that I'd spoken to. I finally did get through to him by phoning on a different number, a number that he wouldn't have been expecting. Miraculously, the phone was answered. He said to me that the part was ordered for the laptop. The laptop was in the shop. The repair would cost £50. He said, yeah, I mean, it's going to cost more than that, but we'll pay the rest of the money. And it's going to take 3 months to fix. I said, 3 months? Why on earth is it going to take 3 months to fix this laptop? He said, oh, well, we've had to order the part from Asia. And, yeah, it could take 3 months for the part to come in. It's ridiculous. Well, in the meantime, you have some kind of system on your devices through Microsoft where Microsoft records the location of the products. It's a kind of Find My Device thing, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And you went on to the Microsoft website and you just thought, out of interest, you'd see if you could find out where your daughter's laptop was. To your horror, it came up on the Microsoft website that your daughter's laptop appears, based on that website, to be sitting on a market stall in Mumbai.
Yes.
It just goes from bad to worse. Now, we did have some phone calls from people saying, don't necessarily read too much into that. That apparently works through an IP address, and sometimes IP addresses can be disabled so that it doesn't actually show the location of the product. It shows a kind of remote location. So some people were suggesting that might not be anything to worry about, although you were saying a friend of yours has been to Mumbai and in fact has been to that particular area and says, yes, it's full of stalls with loads of laptops all over them.
Full of reconditioned laptops. I mean, IP addressing it does sound very, very plausible. But then, of course, having spoken to someone that said she's been there, and she said, I would bet money that your laptop is on that marketplace. So now I really don't know what to think.
Right. Well, as you know, unfortunately, I have been unable to contact this company since. The phone just rings and rings and rings. I did identify the company on the programme. The official company name is Mobile Mall Limited. They're based at number 3A West Street in Dunstable. Their shop has been rebranded on the outside. It says Phone World on the outside, but it is still at the same address in West Street in Dunstable. Now, you went back into the shop with your husband at the weekend and asked, can I see the laptop then? If you're telling Jonathan at the BBC the laptop is in the shop, can I see it, please? But he then told you it's gone to a different branch.
Yes, he said it was in their Kettering branch, and I said, well, okay, fair enough. Can you send me some pictures of it? Or can you get hold of some pictures of it? Because I'd really like to see the condition of my laptop and its location. He said he couldn't do that because the shop was closed, and that was on a Saturday. And I said, okay, well, I would like you to get some images of it, and I'd like you to send them to your show at Three Counties. And he said he would do that. And I assume he hasn't.
No, he has not. I have not received any photographs of your laptop, so we still have absolutely no idea where your laptop is. Is it in the shop in Dunstable? Is it in the shop in Kettering? Or is it sitting on a market stall in Mumbai? We have no idea where your laptop is. He assures me that it will be fixed, and it will be fixed for 50 quid, but it could take 3 months. Now,
and I've been hearing this for months.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not acceptable. The whole thing is just extremely worrying. Now, I told you last time we spoke, I mean, obviously I will continue to get hold of this man, and I hope that when he does return from his holiday, wherever he has gone, I hope he will have the courtesy of returning my call. And can I just reiterate my desire to speak to someone from Phone World, whose official company name is Mobile Mall, based in West Street in Dunstable. I'm very keen to have a conversation with the man that runs that shop so I can find out where the laptop actually is, because I'm completely confused. However, they're not answering the phone, and they haven't sent the email that they told Jackie they were going to send me. So I have no method of communication with them whatsoever. If anyone can help me with that, I would love to hear. I advised you to contact Trading Standards at Central Beds Council. Have you done that now?
I have done, yes. It's just they take it's an automatic call, so you leave your details with them, which I've done. And I also emailed all the details that I have and the evidence that I have over to them. I did that on Monday, and I haven't heard anything yet.
Okay. I phoned Central Beds Council yesterday afternoon for you, just to find out, you know, whether the method of communication you tried was the best way. Spoke to a guy there. He said that Trading Standards absolutely is up and running at the council, and in fact has been up and running apparently throughout the whole pandemic. He said, as you can probably imagine, a lot of our resources are being focused on maintaining and ensuring that COVID regulations are being followed by businesses. So the Trading Standards Department are extremely busy dealing with coronavirus-related issues at the moment. However, they are still open, they are still doing business. He suggested that you might like to email over the details to the Trading Standards.
I did that on Monday.
And you sent that to trading.standards@centralbedfordshire.gov.uk?
Yes, I did.
Fine. Okay. Well, he says that will be picked up as soon as it possibly can, but you might just need to be a bit patient because they are dealing with a lot, and you know, you can probably imagine the kind of things that they're having to do. It's down to the Trading Standards departments of councils to pay visits to shops and restaurants just to make sure that the relevant regulations are all being followed, and there's a lot of businesses in the Central Beds area, so you can imagine they're probably very busy. But he said that they will certainly try to help if they possibly can. So I think really at the moment, Jackie, and this is extremely frustrating, but at the moment I think we're going to have to just be more patient than we already have been, certainly than you've been. I mean, this is ridiculous. But we're going to have...
It's a long, isn't it?
Well, it's an outrageous amount of time. They've had the laptop... They've had the laptop since when? February, March time?
They tried to return it to me in the broken state in March, and I took it back to them in May.
Right. Well, it's just absolutely ridiculous. So we need to make sure that they get that fixed ASAP. Listen, we'll leave it for today. If I hear anything from Mobile Mall, who are trading as Phone World, based in West Street in Dunstable, then of course I will come back to you, and if anybody's able to put me in touch with them, I would love to hear. Hi Robert, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I booked some flights with this airline for our family holiday in March last year for travel in July last year, and I paid them in full. I then had to have some medical tests done, and I sent a doctor's note in July.
Where were you heading off to?
We were going to Orlando.
Oh, right, okay. Have you been there before?
No, never been before.
Okay.
Got a couple of kids, and we were looking forward to it.
So you were doing the whole Disney experience, were you?
Yeah, we were going to do Orlando, and then we were going to go down to Miami and get on a cruise to go around the Bahamas. It was a trip that we was really looking forward to.
Oh wow, sounds nice. I when I went to Florida, went to Orlando years ago, I've never driven in rain like it in my life. The rain came down. I've never seen anything like it. It was like buckets being poured all over the car. And the windscreen wipers were on full blast. It was really quite a scary experience. It would appear when it rains in Florida, my word, it rains.
Yeah, I bet. We were hoping for slightly better weather than that.
Yes. I wasn't delighted, I have to be honest. So you were booking this holiday to Orlando for last year?
Yeah, so we booked it in March, paid for it in full in March, for travel a couple of months later in July. In July, had to have some medical tests done, so I had an unfit to travel letter from my doctor, and the flights got rearranged to October. They charged me a bit more for rearranging it, which I thought was a bit disingenuous because I'd booked from, a peak season to October. But nonetheless, they moved them to October. In September, I was still having tests, so I had to send another doctor's note that I couldn't travel. And they said to me, look, we'll move the flights to May 2020. We'll book them to New York just so that we've got something in the system, and then you can change them nearer the time. And on that phone call, I said, look, can I just cancel the flights given the circumstances? Can I just cancel them and book them again next year under my own volition?
Just a couple of very important but quick questions. Firstly, you were booking the flights separately to the accommodation, were you?
Yeah, so I booked it all separately. So I booked the flights separately with this airline. I booked we were staying in a few different hotels. So I booked the hotels directly and I booked the cruise directly.
I understand it's difficult when you're putting together a package like this with lots of different components, but it is always better to book it as a package, just so you're aware.
Sure.
You get much more protection. You're covered by what are known as the package holiday regulations if you book it as a package. And it's much better, particularly after everything we've gone through this year, with so many people having their holiday plans ruined. It's really important to book as a package. You have so much more protection. So,
thank you for that. I'll bear that in mind.
The flights that you booked, were you even eligible to change them or cancel them?
Well, I think given the circumstances, look, I had a doctor.
But that's different. That's different. Yeah. If the airline was prepared, or the booking company was prepared in exceptional circumstances to, in effect, show you a goodwill gesture of allowing you to change them, that's different to you being entitled to change them.
No, I think looking at the terms and conditions, I wasn't entitled. There were different categories of fares that you can pay that give you different entitlements. Right. And this, because I booked it a bit in advance, it was pretty much a basic fare that, I had to travel on those dates, and that was it.
So in effect, them allowing you to defer the flights and then change the flights, that was all being done really as a favour rather than something you were entitled to.
100%, and completely acknowledge that. They didn't have to. I think it would have been pretty mean if they hadn't have done. Given that I had a doctor's note. But yes, so they completely concede that they didn't have to do it, and they did it as a gesture. You've
still been quite lucky. There are lots of airlines that would not have allowed you to cancel, and they would have said, well, that's what travel insurance is there for, sir, I'm afraid, to cover yourself against unexpected things happening, and I'm afraid it's not our fault that you've got medical treatment now that you need, and I'm afraid we're not going to allow you to cancel it. You're right, it would be mean, but there are lots of airlines, and I think we will probably see more of this going forward now, that would not have allowed you to cancel. So anyway, so they did you a favour. They allowed you to defer them to October, and then when you called again and said, I still can't go because of medical reasons, they then said, okay, well, we'll book them to New York for next year instead.
Yeah, we'll book them for May to New York. I think it was the flight they could get that was closest to the fare I had paid. So there was something in the system they would allow me to change it. And interestingly, I had travel insurance, but I didn't have travel insurance that covered me for travel to the US. And then in April this year, when I was renewing my home insurance, I found out that one of the benefits I had with my home insurance was that I had a global travel insurance cover included. So fantastic. I started to make a claim under that insurance, and that claim was settled on the 4th of June, minus the portion of the flight cost that the airline has an obligation to refund me. I think it's the air passenger duty and some other surcharges. Sorry,
hang on a second. So they rebooked your flights to New York, but am I presuming that couldn't then go ahead because of COVID?
No, that didn't go ahead because in April I found out that I did actually have global travel insurance. So I then cancelled the flights because the insurer said to me, you have to go to the airline, get a receipt that you haven't travelled, you haven't used these flights, and then we will refund you the flight money. So that's what I'd done. I went to the airline and got a receipt from them. Took a couple of months. Got a receipt from them that showed I hadn't travelled. Then I gave that non-travel receipt or evidence to the insurer, and the insurer then refunded me about £3,000, which was the cost of the flights, less the money that the airline was obligated to refund me, which was air passenger duty and some other government surcharges.
Okay. So what's the issue that you've got that you need my help with?
So I got the money back from the insurer on the 4th of June. On the 5th of June, I went to the airline for a refund of those taxes and the surcharges, which is £231 per person times 4 people that were travelling, £924. And the airline's website, when I made that refund request, said the refund should take 21 days, and that was on the 5th of June.
So they accepted that they owed you back the taxes?
100%.
Okay.
There's never in doubt. And every communication I've had with them, they've acknowledged that they owe me some money, that there is a refunding process.
Okay, good. And you've got that all in writing?
Yeah, put it in writing, and I've provided your team with those email communications. And I actually have emails from the airline dated July the 9th, 23rd of August, 1st of September, and the 13th of October. Emails from the airline in response to me chasing them. And they're saying on those emails, look, we're sorry the refund is taking so long, but the refunds team are on the case. And I've also phoned them 6 times between June and now, just trying to find out when the refund would be paid and how much is owed, because I still don't know. And they've fobbed me off each time by telling me it's with the refunds team and they'll contact me in the next few days, but they've never called me back once. So I need your help to try and get this air passenger duty and some other surcharges back that total about £900 that the insurer didn't give me because they said the airline is obligated to refund that money.
Right, okay. Well, we can certainly try and help you with that. I mean, just so you are aware, so just a bit of advice for everybody listening to the programme, and this is really important. We know that travel, obviously, this year has been a nightmare for most of us, really. Most of us that had plans have had those plans ruined. Through no fault of our own and through no fault of the holiday companies and the airlines as well. It's just one of those things. Always make sure, whenever possible, you book a holiday as part of a package deal. So if you book the flights and the hotel together, as long as you combine 2 elements of the holiday, 2 fundamental elements, that then constitutes a package holiday. And if you book with a member of ABTA, you have extra protection. You have the dispute process that is there for ABTA. There's also a certain level of standards that hotels, for example, and companies that are ABTA members have to adhere to. So you shouldn't, in theory, end up in a hotel and find that the room is absolutely disgusting and dirty and smelly and all those kinds of things. It should be of a certain reasonable quality. Those are the ways that you can pay by credit card, and always take out a good quality travel insurance policy from the minute you book the trip. Don't do what so many people do, and that's to book a trip and think, oh, do you know what, I'll organise the travel insurance the day before I go. Anything can happen. As you've realised, Robert, yourself, with your health issues, anything can happen from the date you book a trip to when you actually go on that trip that could scupper your plans. If you've got a good quality travel insurance policy that's there to cover you for the location you're going to from the date of booking, then that in effect covers any of those unexpected problems that might crop up, and in theory also takes away all the stress and hassle that you're going through now. That's just a bit of advice for everyone else listening to the programme. Regarding the air passenger duty and the amount you're owed, if you've got it in writing that they are accepting they owe you that money, I think we need to go and have a little word and find out where it is.
Thank you so much. Put all the details together in one place and we'll get straight onto that.
Let's get onto it and ask them please to get their chequebook out, which would be marvellous. Okay, yes, Robert, when are you planning? Are you going to go to Orlando next year or something like that? Is that something you're planning?
Would love to. Everything is in the open. Now we've got 3/4 of this money back. We got all the cruise money back, so the money's back with us.
Yeah.
I think we'll book it at a time when we know that the situation is a bit calmer, and we'll know definitely what we can do and what we can't do. We definitely will make the trip sooner rather than later, hopefully.
You definitely, if you're booking anything for next year, and I know a lot of us are now kind of, those of us that have had our plans ruined this year, we're looking to next year and thinking, oh, well, at least if we have something to look forward to for next year, it will help get us through the bleak midwinter. Make sure whatever you're booking for next year is booked in a way that you can cancel it and get your money back, or you can change the details of it. So if the virus is still around next year and causes havoc yet again, you don't want to be booking stuff this year where if that happens you lose all your money. It would just be a nightmare scenario, and everything is still so up in the air for next year. I don't think you can make any concrete plans yet.
No, I agree.
So, I think you're very sensible just to hold off at the moment and wait and see what happens. Now, in June of this year, Rob bought what he thought was an aluminium pergola from an online garden centre. It cost about £400. However, a month after he got it, he noticed the poles on this pergola were starting to rust. We thought, that's a bit odd. I thought it was supposed to be made of aluminium. It shouldn't be rusting. So he got in touch with the company. Well, they took some time to get back to him. But when they did, Rob was very surprised to discover they said the poles were actually made from steel.
On the 5th of August, I just got an email saying, we've had a reply from our supplier. The poles are steel. Sorry about that. And that was their response. So they've offered to replace one of the poles and to give me some spray paint to spray the others. They have said that the poles are just water rust and can be rubbed off, whatever water rust is. I don't know what they're talking about with that. And I asked for all 5 poles. They've then come back and said they'll offer me some paint and runners, plural, rather than just one. So I've said, okay, yeah, I'll have all 5. And that was middle of September. I've had nothing since.
Well, as you can imagine, Rob's not very happy about this at all. I contacted the company on his behalf. And it's rather unusual, actually. I had an email back from a lady who said she'd been working closely with this company over the last few months as they were absolutely inundated due to coronavirus. So she was kind of helping them out. So she said that they were going to get in touch with Rob and they were going to try and get things sorted out. And in fact, Rob was then communicated with by this company and they suggested they were going to send him out some new parts. Now, we weren't quite sure what the new parts would be. Were they going to be new poles? If so, are they the same as the old poles? What is Rob then supposed to do with those poles when he gets them to stop the new ones rusting? There were all kinds of questions. Well, we haven't had the answers to those questions. Well, I say we haven't. We hadn't. But I think things have now come clear because Rob has had a delivery and he's not very happy. Rob, what have they sent you?
Hi, Jonathan. They have sent me the clips that hold the poles to the frame. So no poles, but the clips that aren't faulty. And a can of automotive black spray paint.
Right. So what are they suggesting then? That you've now got to rub all the rust down from this brand new pergola you bought from them? I guess so. That should be fit for purpose and should be made of a material or coated with some kind of material that means it's weatherproof. You've now got to rub it all down and start respraying the whole thing. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, so like you said, I got an email saying they're going to send me parts out. So I queried, what are they going to send me? And they said all 5 affected poles. And I've had no poles. I've had the clips and spray paint, which is not the faulty part. And yeah, so now I'm left, I suppose, to try and fix it myself, which I don't particularly want to do.
Well, I would say at the moment, hold off doing that, please.
No, I'm not going to do anything.
I'd like to go back to them and just find out what on earth's going on. I mean, it seems a very odd response. I mean, for a start, it's a bit odd, to be honest with you, when you contact a company and you get communicated with by someone who's kind of been working with a company but is not actually from that company, then to send out stuff for you to fix the problem.
Yeah.
With rather than just sending you... I mean, what they should be saying is, look, we're sorry about this problem. How do you want to resolve this? We can either send you out replacement parts that aren't rusty, although, they might want to caveat that with, but just to make you aware, the replacement parts are likely to be made of the same material, so there is a chance it may rust again. Do you want to take that risk? Are you prepared to, paint it or do something to stop that happening? Alternatively, if you want, we'll give you a full refund for it. That's what they should be doing, not sending you out a few clips and a can of paint.
No.
Very
if I had the option now, it would definitely be a refund.
That's what you want. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay.
And it was within 30 days that I got in contact with them, of them arriving. So it was within a month that the issue started. So.
Yes. Well, I mean, if you, as per the Consumer Rights Act, you have 30 days from the date of purchase to reject faulty goods and ask for a full refund. After the first 30 days, you don't necessarily have that right to a refund. Right. The company are within their rights to offer to repair the product for you or to replace it. But if you're saying that you first notified them of this and asked for a refund back in the first 30 days, then I'm more than happy to go and put that to them and see what they have to say. But apart from anything else, I'm just intrigued to know why they think these clips and a can of paint is a reasonable solution for a customer who's just ordered a brand new item from them.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Imagine if you went and bought a car, lovely shiny new car, and a month later the front door of it started rusting, and you contacted the company and they sent you out a can of paint. I mean, it's the same kind of thing, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems
ridiculous.
Bizarre.
Okay, leave it with us. Rob, I'll go back to them. Michael is a keen amateur golfer and bought himself a shiny new golf bag with a rain cover. Cost him £199. Just over a year later, he says the poppers that secure the rain cover onto the bag have broken away. Well, he says the retailer appears to have failed him as well.
Last March, I bought a new golf bag. I spent £199, so I bought a top-end manufacturer and one of their better bags. And of late, the bag comes with a rain cover, rather like a child's buggy. So it's got 4 poppers that are fixed to the bag. You put it on when it's raining to protect your clubs, etc. 3 of the poppers have come away completely. So I went back to the store. They explained it was out of 12-month warranty. We had a little conversation. I explained that while it may come with a warranty, there's still a certain amount of wear and tear that's to be expected. And for what I paid for it, I should expect it to last a certain amount of time. The gentleman I spoke with asked if I'd like to speak to the manager. He just conveyed the same message. And I then subsequently rang the head office, had the same conversation with them, and pretty much got the same response. It's out of 12 months. Contact the manufacturer.
Well, of course, if you're a regular listener to the JVS show, you will know that that's all a load of old nonsense. When you purchase a product from a retailer in the United Kingdom, you are covered by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. The legislation prior to 2015 was known as the Sale of Goods Act. But as long as you've bought something since October 2015, it's covered by the Consumer Rights Act. The Consumer Rights Act states that any product must be A, fit for purpose, B, of reasonable quality, and C, must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no cut-off 12 months after purchase. Any retailer who ever says to you, oh, sorry, it's over a year old, there's nothing we can do, they either don't know what they're talking about, or they do know what they're talking about and they're trying to fob you off. Do not stand for it, ladies and gentlemen. If they won't listen to you, you come to me, and myself and my team will go and have a word with them. That's exactly what we've been doing for Mike with this particular golf company. Mike's back on the JVS show. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Mike. Now, Tara has been off to speak to this company and find out why they didn't seem to understand consumer legislation and what they were going to do about it. What have they said, Tara?
That is correct. I did get in touch with them, and they sent us through a statement. And they also wanted some photographs, which Mike very kindly sent to me, and I sent on to them so they could see exactly what was wrong with these poppers. And the statement reads as such. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. We pride ourselves on high levels of customer satisfaction and service, and achieving this while still offering unbeatable value on a wide range of golf clothing and equipment. As part of this, we provide a 12-month product warranty, which ordinarily provides sufficient time for any quality issues to be spotted and reported by customers for appropriate resolution, such as a refund, repair or replacement. The customer's cart bag was outside of warranty, and we have not been made aware of other reports of similar rain cover failings.
Doesn't matter.
However, after further inspection of this particular item and in consultation with our supplier, we have on this occasion, as a gesture of goodwill, arranged for a replacement rain cover to be sent to the customer.
Tara's smiling, Mike, because she can see my face gradually turning purple. As I'm afraid it always tends to when I hear statements from companies suggesting they really are going the extra mile and are providing, quote, a goodwill gesture, when in fact all they're really doing is obeying the law. Because as I have already explained, that company who sold you this golf bag, they had a responsibility when they sold that golf bag to you that it would be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and would last for a reasonable amount of time. £200 for a golf bag is not a small amount of money. That's not buying you a budget bag. I know, because I've looked it up. That should be buying you a pretty good quality bag. And therefore, you would expect a number of years of use from it before it starts to fall apart. It's not okay. When was it exactly that it fell apart? How many months over the year was it?
Do you know, if I'm honest, I can't tell you because I don't really play a lot in the rain. That's the ironic thing. All these zips on the bag and everything else that I use every time I play golf is perfectly fine. So, and the item that you put on, occasionally is the one that fell apart. I couldn't tell you if I'm honest.
Okay, but let's say a year and a half. Should have lasted longer than that. So, unless you had damaged the bag yourself through mistreatment, or if you left the bag and a dog ripped the top of it off, I mean, of course, it would be unfair to hold the retailer responsible for that. But if you've used the bag in a completely normal way, and the bag has failed despite normal use in an unreasonably short amount of time, it's not a goodwill gesture that the company are providing to get it sorted. It's their obligations as per the law.
Yeah.
So, oh gosh, I'm getting so annoyed. I'm punching the microphone. Look, I think we will thank them for having sorted it, but I really hope lessons have been learnt, and I really hope that we're not going to have other stories of other customers being told, oh, well, it's over a year, there's nothing we can do, because I'm not going to be very happy if that happens.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, because I used to spend a lot in that particular shop, but since their main competitor stopped trading, it's almost like they've took the finger off the pulse a little, so I don't really go in there so much now.
Now, Michael, I was informed that they were going to send you out an appropriate rain cover on Tuesday, so seeing as we're Thursday now, what's the news?
Yep. Nothing as of yet, but I'm out working, so... I don't know. We'll see what happens when I get home.
Okay, well, look, listen to this. Ooh. Now, I'm doing that slightly through gritted teeth, but they can have
didn't you?
Little honk for the fact that they say they're going to get the bag sorted. Until it is sorted, they're not having the rest. And it's a shame they dressed it up as a goodwill gesture. They should have just said, yeah, hands up, sorry about this, we'll get it sorted for him. That's what they should have said. This goodwill gesture. Anyway, listen, they'll get the rest of the horn as soon as it is all sorted. Can you please keep us posted, Michael?
Yeah, I'll let you know as soon as it arrives.
Now, Chris and his fiancée had been planning their wedding for ages. It was due to take place on July the 24th this year. They'd planned for 100 people to all get together enjoying the big day. But of course, because of coronavirus, the plans were changed dramatically. They cancelled the venue and they managed to get their money back from the venue, ending up with a totally different place for just 6 of them. The main problem they have is with the caterers and trying to get their deposit for £153 returned.
We contacted them in April and said, what should we do? Should we cancel? Should we postpone? And they said, well, let us know a little bit nearer the time. So then on the 13th of May, because they weren't picking up their phones, I contacted them by email, saying, in light of the government restrictions, we'd like to cancel this. So it was over 2 months advance notice. And since then, it's just been backwards and forwards in emails. The last position on there was they said, right, okay, if you send over your bank details, we'll try and pay it back as quickly as we can. So I said to them, when you're saying you'll try and pay it back, can you please confirm whether it will be, what sort of schedule of payment? I appreciate businesses up and down the country are suffering. So I just said, look, there's an actual plan of payment schedule, then what would it be? And then they said, right, if you don't want it, don't worry about it.
Well, I've been off to have a word with this company on Chris's behalf. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Chris. So I spoke to the lady that runs the company. She was just on her way out when I phoned her. She said, you have to forgive me, I'm just actually going out to work as we speak. I think she's had to get another job in the meantime because... obviously, the pandemic has had a pretty devastating impact on her line of business. Not very many people need caterers at the moment. So that's the reality. I kind of ran through what you'd said, and she said, that doesn't sound like me. I wouldn't normally respond to a customer and say, well, if that's how you're going to be, then just leave it. She said, I'm going to have to go back through my paperwork and have a look at how we have communicated with Chris, but I can't believe that's how I would have put it. But she said, can you leave it with me? I'm going to dig out the paperwork as soon as I get home from work, and I'll send you over the response. Now, she did indeed send over the response, and she sent the kind of trail of communication between the two of you. And she said, look, to be honest with you, and it's extremely embarrassing, we just don't have the £153 in one lump sum to be able to refund the customer. You will see from the response that we've given the customer, we have agreed we will pay it back, but we have requested an ability to do it in stages rather than in one lump sum. And the customer was not prepared to accept that. So, but she said, we certainly haven't responded by saying, well, if that's it, then we're not prepared to do anything more. Now, the essential email, I think, here is this email that was sent to you on August the 18th, where she says, and this is regarding you suggesting that you were going to take the legal route to recover your money. She says, OK, Chris, if that's the route you wish to take, we have offered you your deposit back, even though you cancelled the event and you are no longer getting married. We still do not believe the deposit should be paid back, but as a gesture, we have offered this to you. As you clearly state, there is a pandemic. We are a small business that has gone from a full book of events in 2020 to zero. We have kindly asked for your bank details to enable us to start paying your deposit back, and you are refusing. I'm afraid the full funds are just not there at the moment, and this is the best we can do. Now, you don't appear to have responded to her and said, well, here are my bank details. You know, I look forward to receiving the refund as soon as you can afford to start making payments to me.
No, I did send them an email. Sorry to interrupt you there, which I did send over to your show, where I'd outlined, I said, OK, apologies, maybe there was some confusion here. We weren't refusing it. We were asking what the actual level of payment would be, time frame on there, because just by sending out bank details was just a bit alarming to me. I don't just send over bank details. The fact they could have done a check or something like that, but I put that all onto an email, and I thought it was quite a pleasant email.
Yeah, I've got it here. Can I read it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't seem to be aggressive. It says, hi, there may have been some confusion here. I was not refusing the offer of the return deposit. I was asking for some clarity surrounding the actual schedule of this. I appreciate this is an extremely difficult time for many businesses up and down the country. I also know this is not something that you can maybe commit to in terms of actual payment plan with the current situation. But just to have an idea, every company that we've booked and paid for with our wedding refunded everything straight away, and we found this very difficult to understand, the reluctance initially, and ideally we don't want to drag this out for longer than necessary. If you could let me know some rough time frames, I will send over my bank details. And you say you then didn't ever receive a response to that?
No, haven't received anything on that.
Well, I think what we need to do now, the best way that I can try and help you, I mean, the lady that I spoke to, she didn't seem a bad egg. She sounded like a woman who has had a bit of a nightmare, to be honest, with her business. And to be honest, I think we can all understand that. If you have literally seen your booking, your bookings go from hundreds to absolutely nothing, then you can understand why that would be pretty devastating. And to try and keep your head above water and to pay all the bills that you've still got coming in, and it sounds as if she's had to go out and get another job as well in order to be able to cover her own expenses, why that would then be difficult. But I think what's obviously happened is she's made the offer to you. She's then found your initial response where you've kind of suggested, and I've had a look down. There was a moment, was there not, where you did kind of suggest that you were gonna pursue the legal route to try and recover the money?
Yeah, because we didn't know where else we could go.
Yeah,
and we had to sort of like almost feel that we had to push it on there because we weren't getting any responses.
Yeah,
and what we couldn't understand was, agree that obviously the businesses are suffering and everything, but we had other businesses that were suffering as well, and they were able to refund it, and they were like the full lot. That wasn't just deposits. That was everything.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this email from you on the 18th of August. Just to be clear, we paid this deposit in full when requested by yourselves. The pandemic then hit, and we kindly asked for a refund of this deposit, to which for months you have said no to us. It has taken the threat of legal action now for you to even accept this deposit should be paid back. However, now you are asking for us to accept it back in instalments with no commitment on timescale or likely amounts. If you will not refund this deposit in full, then we will carry on with legal proceedings. I think what's happened is she's seen that and thought, oh, well, we were going to offer to make the payment. Now he's kind of getting stroppy with us. And obviously the communication has just fallen down. So what I think I can do to try and help is to re-establish a reasonable, calm level of conversation between the two. Yeah. What I would like you to do after this call today, I would like you to email the lady again.
Yeah.
And copy me in on the email. Have you got my email address?
Okay. It was the JVC one, wasn't it?
JVS. Don't send it to JVC. They're a television company. So send it to JVS show at bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, I've got that.
So if you copy me in on it, and what I would do is to say, dear so-and-so, further to a conversation I've had with Jonathan Vernon-Smith at the BBC, I understand you are still prepared to reimburse us for the £153 deposit we placed with you for catering for our wedding that did not go ahead in accordance with the contract with yourselves. We are very grateful to you for agreeing to pay us back, and we completely understand that based on the pandemic, you don't have the £153 in one lump sum to pay us back. Here are my account details, so you'll need to provide your sort code and your account number and the name on the account. Please can you advise when you're likely to make the first payment to us and how much that will be? Now, I think if we provide her with those details at this point, then we give her maybe till the beginning of next week. If you then haven't heard anything from her, if she goes quiet on you, what I can then do is to say, look, come on, you did suggest that you were prepared to pay Chris back. He's been very reasonable in his email. He's given you the details. I gather you haven't paid him a penny yet. When are you going to start paying him? And I can just kind of apply a little bit of pressure from that angle. And I think we have to do that gently until you got the money back. £153, I understand in the grand scheme of things it's not a huge amount of money, but when you haven't got any money, it's probably an absolute fortune. So we need to just see what she's likely to make payments for and take it from there. But I think what I can do is just to oversee it and try and facilitate that, okay?
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much for all your help.
If you can get that sent to me, and we'll revisit this next week, and fingers crossed the payments have started, okay?